money to a particular borrower, then he returns back the same amount of the money.
Exactly. So
And
that is what.
right, so he or she not be the benefited, but she will be loser as because monetary value becomes devalued.
Yes, exactly right. Whatever
But
you
you,
said is right. As you rightly pointed out, it is an old syllabus only, and but the
no.
theory is
That not pertaining to the syllabus. That pertaining to the wrong
no, that is
interpretation
that
as
is yes.
because it is.
That is what I'm telling. I do admit with you. There are many small mistakes within the textbook also. So whoever, when you write, no, we can rightly point it out to the concerned department so that they can
Right.
make a point of it. So even
It
from
may
my
be
side, when
beneficial
they
to
ask,
all.
yeah, definitely. So because I'm here only to take class. So if in case I'm given a chance to give a feedback about the textbook, definitely I'll give.
Okay, okay, but
Okay, thank you. So we are starting again. First unit, I think we stopped with. I should share the screen. One second, share the screen. So whiteboard visible?
Is visible, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
ma'am.
So we stopped with elasticity, right? Last class we stopped with elasticity. So what did we speak? A small recap. What did we start with? We spoke about when your textbook quickly, 5 minutes will give, okay, because we are running out of time. Just only 6 classes, 2 classes over. 4 more classes, we are supposed to complete the syllabus. We spoke about economics, what is managerial economics, why it is important, and the need of managerial economics. How the discipline came, and then circular flow of an economy. We saw what is product market and resource market. Those things we saw. Then objective of a firm, different types of goods, consumer, producer good, free good, economic good, normal, luxurious good. All these we saw. And about demand analysis, we just gave the definition of demand, law of demand. What is law of demand? As price increases, quantity demand decreases, and price decreases, quantity demanded increases. And again, definitely in the exam, you have to support your answers with a graph if needed. So definitely for demand supply, mostly you will be having graphs only. So kindly make a note of it. Have some graph in your answers for the final semester. And then we spoke about determinants of demand. What are the different types of demand? What are the three types of major? There are different types of demand, but 3 main types of demand I gave you. Any idea?
Price demand, income demand.
Very good. Price demand, income demand, and cross demand. I'll just quickly speak about this and then we'll move on to elasticity of demand. What is price demand? Price demand is normal demand, whatever we spoke. We said as price increases, quantity demanded decreases, or as price decreases, quantity demand increases. So there is an inverse relation between price and quantity demanded. When it comes to, so how the graph will be? You have QD, quantity demand, or quantity supplied will be in x-axis and price will be in y-axis, and it will be a downward sloping curve. What did we say? As price increases, quantity demand decreases, and as price decreases, quantity demanded increases. So it will be a downward sloping curve. So the curve is downward sloping curve for demand curve. Okay. So mark like this, it is DD curve. Next, we have income demand. What is income demand? As income increases, your quantity demand, what will happen? What will happen?
Increases.
Increases.
Right.
Normally, rational, all again, repeatedly, I'm telling, we are speaking about rational consumers. There are some exceptional cases in and around us, but that will not be considered. We can speak about it, but when we come here, we'll speak the entire population, how they move. majority of the population, how they move. So as income increases, quantity demand will also increase. As income decreases, quantity demand will decrease. To increase the size, one sec. Okay, so this is income demand. So how the graph of income demand will be? Again, quantity demand in x-axis and income will be in your y-axis. So what did we say? As income increases,
Quantity demand also increases.
yes. So when income is less, quantity demand will be less, and as income increases, quantity demand will also increase. So it will be a upward sloping curve. So demand. Someone please kindly mute. Okay. The next one is cross demand. Cross demand, we have two cases. One is substitutable goods, another one is complementary goods. So this we have to insist, because when we are speaking about elasticity, we'll be speaking about this. Yes, someone is the other side, kindly mute. Okay, so what did we say? We spoke about cross elasticity. One is complementary good, another one is substitutable goods. So what is substitutable goods? What is substitutes?
Actually, coffee is the substitute of the tea,
Very good.
and petrol is the complementary goods of car.
Yes, very good, very good. So we speak something about substitute, complementary goods and substitutes. Okay, so substitutes and then complementary goods. Complementary. Okay. So what is a substitute good? As exactly pointed out, it is one we are substituting in place of another. So I'll give an example like this. Kindly let me know whether you're clear about this. Might be last month you went to the grocery shop and you found, it just for an example I'm giving, it's not reality. So 100 grams of coffee powder was 100 rupees. And same you found 100 grams of tea also was 100 rupees. Tea powder was 100 rupees. So what did you felt? You say you didn't find any difference between both. So you just took coffee and you came. So this month when you went over there, you found 100 grams of tea powder is same 100 rupees and 100 grams of coffee powder is 200 rupees. So what do you find? You find that coffee is costly when compared to tea. You want to have something. So what do you find? You feel it's better to take tea rather than buy coffee of. No. There are people. Again, I'm repeating. Kindly mute. Who is
Madam,
it?
it depends on the choice of the consumer.
That is what I'm telling. I'll
It
come
depends.
there. Exactly.
Sir, can you please mute?
Someone, yeah. Who's
If you
it?
are asking question, please unmute. Then please be on mute.
Someone, I'm getting, yeah. Thank you. So what did I say? We are speaking about substitute goods. Tea and coffee. Again, I'm giving the example. Last month you found tea and coffee was not much different, same amount. And this month when you went to the shop, you found coffee is much more costlier than tea. So there are people, okay, even if it is 1,000 rupees, 100 grams, I would like to get up and have a cup of coffee is a different people, that are different set of consumers. I'm not bringing them into the scene. We are speaking about rational consumer where the majority of the population moves. So mostly people feel, yes, coffee is much costlier when compared to tea here. A rational consumer. So what happens here? Can anyone think about the graph? Again, I'm giving it over here. Quantity demanded is on your x-axis and price is in your y-axis. So what did we say? Price of coffee increases, then the demand for tea will also increase. Get the point, right? When the price of coffee increases, definitely there'll be more consumers, more people going for tea. So the demand for tea will increase. Is it clear? Is this point clear? price of coffee increases,
Yes, ma'am.
price is always in your y-axis. Demand is always in your x-axis. So when price of coffee increases, your demand for tea will definitely increase. When the price of coffee falls down, demand for tea will also fall down because not much difference. So how the curve will look? How the curve will look? So for substitute goods, it is a positive sloping curve. So demand curve over here is positive sloping curve. What is it? As price of coffee increases, demand for tea will go up. If price, so this is what we are speaking about substitute. One, you are substituting in place of another. Since the coffee price increases, I'm going for tea. So definitely the demand for tea will increase. On the other hand, complementary goods, what did we say? Complementary goods, again, quantity demanded and price is there. As rightly pointed out by sir, what did they say? The fuel price increases. What happens to the demand for vehicle? Or vehicle price increases. What happens to the demand for the vice versa? What happens?
It should be downward slope and it should be negative
Yes,
slope.
yes, exactly. Very good. So as price increases, price of commodity one increases, the quantity of commodity good two or commodity two will definitely fall down because they go together. Complementary good means one goes along with another. Those two go as a pair only. You cannot separate. So normally the old example which is given, pen and ink, what do they say? Kellogg's and milk, and two four-wheelers with a tire, and then fuel and vehicle. All these are complementary goods. Okay. So now moving on to the next part. What is it? Elasticity. What did we speak about elasticity? Elasticity was the sensitivity or the responsiveness you give. Do you remember the last class what we spoke about the tomato market? So what did we say? You're going to the market, you understood that the price has increased or decreased. Something is happening. So based on the price, you're giving you're responding to the price. So you're giving some response to the price. It's reflected in your demand, in your quantity demand. That is nothing but elasticity. So what is it? The responsiveness, the sensitivity of this is given by coefficient of elasticity. So last week, again, I'll clear the board and I'll let you know. What is it? So what did we say here? Last week, again, I'll repeat because there's a small mistake in your textbook. So those who were there last week, they made the change. This week also, after this, I'll let you know. So what did we say? The responsiveness. The responsiveness. So elasticity, price elasticity was given by the responsiveness or the percentage change in quantity demanded. The percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. Okay, and there is something called as coefficient of elasticity. What is this? You know, if the price increases, quantity demand will decrease. That is what law of demand said. If the price increases, quantity demand will decrease. The price decreases, quantity demand will increase. Or else the exceptional demand curve, both increases or both decreases. But how much if the price increases, how much will be your quantity demand increase or decrease? If your price decrease to so much, how much will be your price increase or decrease in your quantity demand or increase or decrease? So that sensitivity, that responsiveness is given by coefficient of elasticity. ED, we give. ED or ES, I don't know what is given in your textbook. So this is the coefficient of elasticity. And what does it say? It gives a number, a numeric value, a quantitative value. You can quantify it. So the number lies between 0 and infinity. So this is the coefficient of elasticity. Elasticity of demand is given as, again, Elasticity of demand is very important question, which definitely can be expected in the exam. So elasticity of demand is percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. If you want to write it like this, quantity demanded by this one divided by percentage change of price, change in price, like this. So then if you cross multiply QD by into P by Q. So there'll be some questions given. A small question I'll ask you. When the price increases by rupees 10, very simply, very basic question I'm giving. I'm not thinking about the intensity of this. Very basically, I'm asking, when the price increases by 10 and demand falls by 15, find the elasticity of demand. And the change in price, the percentage change in price increases by 10 and the demand falls by 15. Can you plug in the values in the formula?
2 by 3.
2 by
It
3.
should be 2 by 3.
Ma'am, 1.5%.
Yes. Both are right. Yes. And did you find there'll be some minus over there? Are you getting a negative answer or positive answer?
Negative answer, ma'am.
Negative.
Yes, negative. Negative
Minus
is
1.5.
exactly. Negative means normally because the law of demand says there is a negative relation between price and quantity demanded. So it will be negative. Clear? So don't worry. But if it is
So,
negative means you have to
just one question, ma'am.
Do
we have to keep the negative value in the answer itself if the question arises in the
Yes.
paper?
That is what I'm telling.
Sure.
It is on the safer zone, you put a negative. If it's 1 point, because you're a beginner and not pure economics, they won't insist so much. But there's no harm in giving it. It is the right, perfect answer. Okay. So then I'll give you I'll give another question. I don't know what question I sent in the mail. So I'll give you another one. Original demand is given as 3,000 unit. Okay. And the original price is rupees 2. New demand is 2,700 units. And new price is rupees 3. What is this is another, it is little, it is not direct question. Now you have to do some calculation and plug the values. So original demand 3,000 units, original price 2 rupees, new demand 2,700 units, new price is 3 rupees. Now calculate the elasticity of demand. So what is the change in,
Change in the quantity to be 1,000 by 3,000 into 100, and change in the price to be 3 minus 2 by 2 into 100. That should be compared.
Okay, so what is the final answer?
I have to calculate.
Okay, fine. See, so what he said is right. I'll bring step by step, okay, because there are a few beginners here. So what is it? Quantity changes. What happens here? So it is 300, right? It will be minus 300. How did you get minus 300? New demand minus old demand. Clear? And change in price will be new price. New price is 3 rupees minus old price. Are you getting it?
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
what is original price? Original price will be 2 and original quantity demand will be 3,000. So now plug the value here. You got the formula is here. This is, plug it over here. So delta Q will be minus 300. Delta P will be, delta Q is minus 300 and Q is original quantity demanded, right, is 3,000. Delta P is 1 and P will be 2. So the 300, I'll give a different color. I don't want to confuse you. Minus 300 divided by 1 into 2 divided by 3,000. Clear? Are you
Yes, ma'am.
getting it? You calculate. You will be getting minus 0.2.
0.2.
Yes, minus. Okay, so that's all. So what did we do? It's a price elasticity. So that is why you're having quantity demanded, percentage in quantity demanded with respect to percentage change in price. And you know the determinants of elasticity. What are the you already we spoke about the determinants of demand. So determinants of price elasticity, we can say how the use of product is, the extension of use of product, the nature of the commodity, the range of substitutes, how many substitutes are there. Then you have the income level, and then how much money, the wealth you are going to spend on the commodity, and the emergency or the urgency of use, the durability of the commodity, the purchasing frequency, time, all these play a vital role, or all these are kindly mute. Okay, all these are determinants of elasticity. And now I think it's on page number 27. Now understand this and check your textbook. Okay, now look into the whiteboard. Understand this. We are going to speak about elasticity. Mainly there are two types of elasticity. Six only. Okay, mainly there are two types of elasticity. Okay, this is elasticity. So one I call it as inelastic, another one I'm giving the name as elastic. Last week we saw what is inelastic. A small change in price, or a larger change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. It can be increase or decrease. Don't always think it is increase or always it's decrease. No, a small change in price can be, I'm just drawing it again here. See, price can be here, original price is here and original quantity demanded is here, and the new price can be P1 or P2. It can increase or decrease. So I'm drawing the graph here. You have to draw the graph for elasticity of demand. So what is it? Mark the axis, QD, price. Original price is here. So original quantity, there'll be the line will be very steep here. It's a steep curve. The demand curve is very steep. So what did I say? A small change in price. So initially the price is P1 and the price has fallen to P2. See, not much change is in the quantity demanded. Clear? So what is this? Look at this. The price.
Consider the commodity salt. That is the particular example.
Yes, I'll tell you. So what is it? The price change. Tomorrow, suddenly they're telling, yes, the petrol or diesel, the fuel rate is going to increase by 200 rupees. So what will you do? You have one two-wheeler, you have one car, only that you can go fill. Can go fill other vessels with fuel. That is impossible. So what is it? Even if the price, because this type of commodity does not have much substitutes, very less substitute. Fuel, gas cylinder, only that can be used. So even if the price increase or decrease is very high, the quantity demand for it cannot be more than that. Tonight there'll be queue in the petrol pump. No, I didn't say no about it. But you can fill only one or two few vehicles which is at home. Not the other everything. You cannot fill the entire house with fuel. So a larger change in price. What is it? Delta P will be greater than change in quantity demanded. To write it in form of equation, the change in price will be more than change in quantity demanded. Larger change, 200 rupees, 500 rupees also. I can only fill the vehicle, whatever is with me, that's all. The other hand, you have elasticity of demand. What is it? Same. QD, I'm continuously repeating it because of this must be very clear. X-axis quantity demand or quantity supply. Y-axis always has price in it. So here the curve will be a little flat. So what does this say? A small change in price. So initially the original price was P1 and Q1. Now the price has fallen. Again, I'm telling you can say even if it can increase, the price has fallen to P2. What happened to the quantity demanded? Look at this Q2. Okay. See, the change in price will be less than change in quantity demanded. Can you see this? The box is will be definitely much bigger than the change in price. A small change in price, the example which we gave is Pepsi, Coke. They say for 1 liter, now we are giving 2 liters. Soda, anything, 1 for 2. What do? You can store it. You can fill your fridge with that. So a small change in price definitely has an impact in quantity demand. There'll be many people the demand will be great in this side. Definitely you go fill your fridge with Coke, Pepsi, soda, everything. Because today there's an offer. A small change in price, 1 for 2, 1 for 3. You go there. Clear? So these are the mainly two types. What is it? Elastic and inelastic. In between, I have something else. I'll bring it here. Can everyone follow this?
Yes, ma'am.
Following the class? Okay. So again, price is here. Quantity demand is here. This is an important question. So kindly go through it after the class, go through it and let me know the next class. So here what happens? Exactly 45 degrees. What is it? It is downward sloping, right? So price is here. Quantity demand will be here. In the sense, both will be equal. It must be equal. So with the scale, when you draw, you'll be getting the exactly 45 degrees. So what happens here? So it will be 45 degrees. Exactly, delta P will be equal to delta Q. Here delta P will be equal to delta Q. That is unit elasticity. We call it as unit elasticity. 45 degrees. This will be equal to this. In this inelastic, I have one more. Same way, elastic, I have one more. What is this? Here, where is my eraser? What do you have here? Here, there is something called as, I have a graph like this, same QD and P. It'll be, what is this? It's exactly perfectly inelastic. I call this as perfectly inelastic. In your page number 27, it is graph 3. By mistake, a printing mistake is over here. So graph 3 is perfectly inelastic. Mark it over here. Page number 27. So this is what it is. So what does it mean? Can I give the theory? Are you listening? If the original,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
original price is QP and original quantity demand is Q, right? Whatever might be the price, quantity demand is, what is it? It's constant. The commodity has a demand forever. Yes, the price
And
can
can
be
we
low.
assume,
Come
ma'am,
again.
can we assume that this commodity has no substitute to it? That is why it is
Yes,
constant.
that is exactly, that is what we said, not very less substitute. Inelastic itself, the characteristic of inelastic itself is very less substitutes. So whatever might be the price, the consumer has to go for it. There's a constant demand for that particular commodity. So price can be through the high, or price can be zero also, or price can be in the initial stage. It has a consistent demand is there for it. So here we call it as perfectly inelastic. Second graph, this red color chart. Are you able to see this? This is relatively inelastic. We call this as relatively inelastic. Both these two is inelastic demand. So relatively inelastic. In your graph, they have given it as 27, page number 27, second chart. Second chart is relatively inelastic. Kindly change it, and even the theory is also changed here. So there's a mistake. By mistake, I think the print is like this. So relatively inelastic. Have you made the correction? Now, third one is unit elasticity, and fourth is again relatively elastic. Relatively elastic. Unit elastic. Where are you in which the chart is? Which chart is it? Relatively elastic in your textbook. Sorry, unit elastic.
Graph 2.
Unit elastic. Unit elastic. Tell me unit elasticity. Unit elasticity of demand. Which chart in your textbook?
Page
Fourth
28,
one.
ma'am. Fourth
Exactly,
one.
fourth one. Because
Fourth.
again, there is a mistake in the printing. So fourth one, page number 28. Mark it as unit elasticity. The presentation which I shared will have the exact graphs. So that is the right graph. You can go through it. If in case you're looking into the textbook, make this change. And then fourth one is relatively elastic. Relatively elastic is the first chart, page number 27, chart 1, relatively elastic demand is given right. That is correct. Chart 1, page number 27, that is relatively elastic. Finally, you have something, final graph. I'm drawing it here. Quantity, demand, and price. So it will be parallel to your x-axis. So what is it? Price is same. Quantity date, the price remains same. Quantity demand is, it can be 0, it can be not 0, definitely it has the first unit, or it can be 100, 200, 300, anything can be there. Price remains the same. Normally here we give the example of a perfect competitive firm, that is rice. We call it give an example here. Don't say that basmati rice is of different rate or brown rice is different rate. No, we take one rice. When we speak about market, you will understand why the curve is like this, why demand curve is parallel to x-axis. Clear? Now quickly I'll give you an okay, I'll finish the second one and I'll tell you. I think elasticity must be clear for you. So this is enough to know what is elasticity of demand. 5 types of elasticity of demand is there. Perfectly. So first two, again I'm repeatedly telling, don't mug up. Understand it will be very easily you can write. Think about this in simple English meaning, and then fit into the subject and write all. Kindly answer the questions. Don't leave any questions unanswered to get pass mark in your semester. Okay, so this side you have elastic and the other side you have inelastic. So it is perfectly inelastic, relatively inelastic, unit elasticity of demand, relatively elastic, perfectly elastic. So now we are going to speak about. Can you see the? I think you will be able to see. For me, it
Can
is.
you give me the examples of perfectly inelastic and a perfectly elastic?
No, perfectly inelastic. That any example means okay. Price is low, but it has usually give. I don't remember now. What is the price being very less? Yeah, the commodity has its own demand is there.
Ma'am, milk, ma'am.
Milk, huh?
No, milk, not salt. Salt is the perfect example.
Yes, milk cannot be. It can be substitute.
Salt,
Something which.
salt may be the perfect example regarding that one.
What is it? Come again.
Salt.
Salt. I thought of giving it in the next. I thought of.
Right.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Okay, salt. Tell me salt. Since sir said salt, is salt elastic or inelastic? Tell me.
It is inelastic.
So inelastic for both. Everyone in the group. Tell me. Give me the reason, right?
As because if the price of the salt is increased or decreased, the demand of the salt by the consumer should not be affected at any cost.
Okay. So see. Okay. I admit to this. So salt. Anyway, at home we are going to use only a pinch. So the increase or decrease does not matter. That is what the you're giving the explanation, right? Salt is used in industrial area. Salt is used as a fertilizer. Salt can be used for what to say, to make for what exactly they give the term as, the cattle feed for the cattle. There salt is used in industry. In that case,
Actually,
yeah,
madam, we are studying the microeconomics. We are not studying the macroeconomics. In case of microeconomics, it should be true.
that is exactly true. But salt definitely is in both the case. It is macro. I'm not telling about the big
No. You
industry.
are saying that
Firm.
salt should be used in the fertilizer, salt should be used in the
Yes,
other industry,
firm,
salt should be
firm.
used in the
Firm is micro,
that should
correct?
be
Business firm is
that is
micro.
macro. That views is the micro. But we are studying the microeconomics. That is the elasticity of demand.
Exactly not, because microeconomics is study of individual firm, study of firm, business firm. We spoke about a product market, resource market. It's not only household. Macro in the sense big problem, like economic problem, like GDP, like inflation, like what are the other things? Employment, unemployment, fiscal deficit, interest rate. Industry, in industry, if okay, leave in my house I'm having a 10 cow, okay, or 10 the other thing I'm having over here, 10 cow itself will have. So they, in that case, suddenly the price of salt is less, it's coming down. It is definitely I'm very benefited, right? Because I'll be using salt for them when I feed them. So I'll buy bulkly, I'll have it over here. For my individual household, 1 packet or 2 packet, anyway, I'll be using a pinch only. So that does not make any difference. But definitely in your exam viewpoint, salt plays a role, even any textbook you take. This is the reality what I'm giving now. Salt is both elastic and inelastic. You're using salt for industry, it becomes the other thing, because they benefit. When the salt price is less, they can store it. What happened to coal, iron, and iron? Coal, iron, is it elastic or inelastic? Demand for
Inelastic.
inelastic. Coal, iron.
Given the current scenario, ma'am, it is inelastic. Maybe in the future it might change, but for now it is inelastic.
Okay, smart. See, coal actually, when the price is less, same, it can be stored, right? Iron, it is elastic. Kindly make a note of it. Coal, iron is elastic. What is the demand for luxury goods? It is less elastic or more elastic?
It should be more elastic.
Exactly, very good. The luxury
If
good
the
is more
price is
elastic.
reducing, people have the tendency to use the luxury goods more.
Exactly. Very good, very good. So that is more
Ma'am,
elastic.
actually, I am not following these examples. Ever since we started from the salt example, no, I'm not
You
following the
got
cases.
confused. You got
Yeah.
confused. Okay. So we have very less time. I'll quickly give you, if in case you still have some doubt, you kindly write to me. I'll give the examples to you. You go through it. And in spite of that, if you have again any doubt, you can let me know in mail itself, so that I'll explain it to you. Okay, so kindly have the thing, because we have to finish it quickly. I'll finish, and then we'll have the discussion, because 6 hours, 3 hours is over. 3 more hours, the entire syllabus has to be completed. I definitely need your support. Without it, I cannot finish. So elastic, we said salt plays a role of both elastic and inelastic. The rate of salt is less, or say rate of salt is one for one, or 1 to 1 offer. When I'm using salt at home, since salt is less, can I use more salt? No. A pinch of salt only I can use. Clear? Whatever is needed for the dish, I'll be using it. I cannot use more salt. If the rate of salt is less, I'm having an firm, I'm running an industry. So there I need salt, because I'm doing the fertilizer at home itself. Some manure I'm preparing. So there I need more salt. When salt is less, what I try to do, 1 for 1 offer, I use that one. There I am beneficiary. So salt plays
Okay,
a
so
role.
as the raw material, you will buy more and more, so
Yes.
produce the output more.
Not output more. I'm using it for manure. I'm using it
Yeah,
for cattle feed.
final product.
There salt
Got it.
plays a role. There I'm beneficial because cheap, no? There salt, I'm getting cheap. Some sort of 1-to-1 offer is there. When I use for domestic purpose, for my curry, I cannot use more. A pinch of salt only. So it is both elastic as well as inelastic. Only salt has this role. And then again we said about iron and iron, coal, everything. And yeah, another elasticity is income elasticity of demand. So already we spoke. What did we say? As income increases, demand of the commodity increases. Here, fit in the same thing in elasticity. Give me the, for pencil. What do you think pencil, needle, the income elasticity of pencil, needle or blade? Pencil, needle, blade, the income elasticity I'm asking.
Inelastic.
Very good. I'll give the others because I think sir is very clear about it. Because you're spending a very less amount of your income to get a pencil, right? If it is a luxury good means, or if it is a hep bike, you're spending a major portion of your income on it.
Elastic.
Here, yeah, but for blade or a pencil or a needle, you're not going to spend much of your amount of your income, right? So it is inelastic. Clear? You write it in your notebook itself. When you're free, you go to then you go through it. Page number 29, right? There you have income elasticity. Whether you spend more, your income increases, how much you spend. So that is given over here. And then cross elasticity. Cross demand, we already spoke. Substitute and complementary. Please. So cross elasticity also, percentage change in demand with respect to percentage change in, that is commodity 1 by commodity 2. Can you see the line which I'm marking here? Give a different color. So the entire elasticity line. Can you see this red line? So here the value will be,
Yes, madam.
okay, the value of perfectly, I'm writing this, perfectly inelastic, relatively inelastic, and this is elastic, relatively elastic, and perfectly elastic. So the, unit elasticity is 1. So this side it will be less than 1 and here it will be greater than 1. It is a quick way to remember. And so PI will be, the value of PI will be 0. So here it is less than 1. Here it is 1, greater than 1, and here it will be infinity. So only I said coefficient of elasticity lies between 0 and infinity. You can just draw a line. I have this graph. I think I'll be given in the, I'll just check. Yeah, I'm having it here. Can you see this? Okay. PPT visible? PPT visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, determinants of elasticity. What is the shift into this and all we saw last class? Forecasting. Yes, quickly we'll finish forecasting. What is forecasting? Forecasting also was asked in one of your previous question paper. Simply write whatever you know about forecasting, write. And I'll give you a easy method to remember about forecasting. So don't see, even if you're writing stories, it must be related to the theory. Stories are all because economics is full of stories only. So kindly see to it that you speak about what is relative, what is how it is used in the theory. That is enough. So we are speaking about forecasting. What is forecasting? Forecasting.
Assumption or
Forecasting
predicting
is a
something.
Future prediction.
Prediction of
Very
future.
simple.
Assumption
Yes.
of future prediction, ma'am.
Very simply, you are predicting the future. It is used in many fields. Right now we have a good forecasting tools are there. So you predict about it, predicting or your something, what is going to happen. So you have something called as, what did I say? Forecasting.
and it should be based on the past experience.
Yes.
Not only the forecasting is absolute, but it should be based on the past experience also.
Yes. So what is this? Forecasting is two types. One is qualitative forecasting, another one is quantitative forecasting. Understand? One is qualitative, another one is quantitative. So which is very easy in this? Qualitative or quantitative? Which you know this? Qualitative or quantitative? What is
Quantitative.
qualitative?
Qualitative is, I
Okay, which
think,
one you
easier, and
understood?
quantitative is tough.
Which one is easy for you? Quantitative or qualitative?
Quantitative,
Very good. Quantitative. Everyone knows quantitative. Quantitative means some numbers is
because
involved.
we can measure the magnitude
Yes,
from
yes. You have a
previous one
number.
only.
You have a number.
Right.
For
Right,
past 10
absolute number
years,
is there.
I have the sales of this what is it grinder. I have a number. For past 10 years, I'm having from 2010. I'm having sales of a grinder. So with that, I have a number, right? I know what I can predict with for past 10 years using the data of past 10 years. For the 11th year, I can predict. So that is very easy. So quantitative is nothing but forecasting is majorly of two types. One is qualitative forecasting, another one is quantitative forecasting. Quantitative forecasting means some number is there. You have a previous data is available. So with the help of previous data, you are trying to forecast the current or the next year data, next year rate. So that is quantitative. So basically we call it as statistical method, regression, correlation, or any trend analysis. All these are quantitative methods. Then what is qualitative? Meaning there is no numbers, right? Then how will I, how can I forecast it?
Actually, qualitative prediction is the comprising of the different elements of the market. That is demand, that is price, that is quality of the goods, and so kinds of like that.
Okay. Any small lead on this? See, I'll give you an example. Okay, government is going to introduce some new policy. I don't have anything about. Okay, I'll usually give the example this way. I'll tell you. Okay, I'm having an idea of starting a new sweet shop. I didn't have. I don't have anything earlier. So how will I know my new shop is going to have a future? Because I don't have any past history. How do I understand the my consumers? How do I understand what is the current scenario? How do I know about the future of my shop, which I'm planning to open? So what I'll do?
Research about your competitors,
Ma'am,
first of
survey
all.
method.
Exactly. Very
Right.
good. That's all.
Survey.
Exactly. Right. Survey method. So what I'm going to do, I'm trying to have some sort of sample. I'm giving each one of you the sample, and along with it, I'm giving a question with you. Is the aroma okay? Is the sweet okay? Is the color fine? Is the taste okay? So with that, I get an idea. Okay, the sweet is fine. So definitely, I can have some sort of the consumers. I can satisfy my consumers. They are happy with this. Clear? So qualitative is nothing but it uses some sort of survey method. What is survey method? Some questionnaire, some feedback, experts' opinion, focus groups. You see, right, in the TV, most of the time you can see people, 10 people sitting or 5 people sitting, they discuss about something. They are specialists in that. They are giving they are giving their views, focus groups. What is going to happen or what has happened? How to analyze it? So this is survey method. Okay. So when they now take a note in your textbook itself, because when you read your textbook you should not forget. So in your textbook they are given as demand forecasting, right? Kindly follow me, come along with me, page number 32. You have demand forecasting. If
Yes,
they
ma'am.
ask about cost forecasting or sales forecasting, see, I don't know, it is my intent, my views only I'm giving here. If they ask about cost forecasting or sales forecasting also, the theory remains the same. Instead of demand, you have to plug in cost or sales. Forecasting theory is universal, is same. You have two types, quantitative, qualitative. Under quantitative, you have the characteristic of forecasting, everything remains the same. The steps involved in forecasting, everything is same. You need to have an objective. You need to know about the market. You need to know what is the determinants over there or how to analyze. And your forecasting, what is it? How to choose the forecasting method is very, very simple. It must be flexible. It must be available. Even 10 years back also, if I use the same forecasting method, my forecasting should give a good result. So the characteristics will remain the same, but demand forecasting, plug in demand. Then. Cost forecasting, plug in cost. Sales, plug in sales. Okay. Then there are different types of forecasting methods. You have a trend method. You have again, I'm telling you, what is it? Regression, correlation. So many methods will be there. Somewhere in your textbook, I remember seeing it. Now, quickly, I'm not able to get it. Yeah, that what is it? Moving average method. See, methods of forecasting. I'll give you a few methods. You can write it. We call it as AR method. AR is
Actually,
alternative.
madam, there is a statistical weapon that is time series analysis. It is
Yes, that is what. That is what. These are time series methods only. So AR method, MR method, then ARMA method. You can write all these names. These are forecasting techniques. They won't say no. ARIMA, then SARMA, SARIMA, then trend analysis, regression, correlation. All these are forecasting techniques. Okay. So
So many statistical weapon is there.
only you can write these names. I'll quickly
Okay,
give one numbers, and if in case you're not getting it, again I'm telling you, you can mail me. I'll let you know how to do with these things. Okay, I'll draw. I'll see by regression method. What is regression? Y is equal to a plus bx. You would have seen in school. In school, we have done what it is. Y is equal to mx plus c, right? Straight line equation. Normally in school, we would have done this, but in school itself, regression is coming now. Straight line equation is mx plus c. You know, this is slope. This is constant. Here in regression, we have this is dependent and one is independent variable. Plus u. You have something called as error term here. That is only one here. So what happens here? You have two normal equation. I'll quickly write it. Summation of y is equal to a plus na plus b summation of x. This is equation 1. Equation 2, don't get confused. If you don't like it, just leave it. Summation xy is equal to a summation of, multiplying the equation with the x, that's all, plus b summation x square. I'll give you because in your textbook, no, in everywhere it's given, the number is really high, the data set. Normally, I'll give very simple data set for you to remember. So x will be 6, 2, 10, 4, 8. Y is 9, I think 11, 5, 8, 7. Okay. Have this. When you have time, you do this. So what you need summation of x. Summation means the entire summation of x. Y, the summation of x. Summation, I think y will be 40. Summation of x will be 30. This is summation. And then you have to have summation x into y. So multiply this, xy. 6 9s are 54, right? So then you have something like this, 22, 50. 4 8s are 32. And then you have a summation here. So what you need here, you need to have summation of x, summation of y, summation of xy, summation of x square. Okay, and then plug in over here. When you plug the values here, you get two simultaneous equation. Then you have to solve it and find the value of a and b. So here, I'll give the answer also. If you're getting it, you let me know. So y is equal to, my answer will be 11.9 minus 0.65x. Have this with you. That's all. Okay. I don't know whether the problems will be asked, but if it is asked, you at least if you write these equations, You won't be given a 0 mark. You'll be definitely given a marks for this. Okay, what did we do? We completed with demand. Already time is 11. Demand is over. Supply is ulta to demand. Already I gave some side headings for demand. What did we say? We spoke about demand. What did I give you? When we started demand, I think I gave you some sub headings. Definition of demand. Then
Law of demand.
law of demand. Very good, very good. That's all. Whatever you have.
Reason,
Okay, clear.
demand
So
schedule.
yeah, same way for supply. Supply, you have the definition of supply, law of supply. A few things won't be for demand and supply. I think in the PPT I would have given. I'll just check again now. So definition of supply is nothing but, as price increases, quantity supply will increase. Why? Who's a supplier? Who's a producer? What did we see in the first class? His objective is to increase output, maximize profit, maximize revenue, maximize sales. So when you give the amount only, I can supply because that I'm not doing free of cost, right? You're speaking about majority of the population. He's working to earn profit. So in price increases, quantity supply will also increase. So price is here, supply is here. I can supply so much. If you pay me so much, I can supply you so much. If you pay me less, I can supply you only less. So your point will be, so it has a positive sloping curve, supply curve. Clear? Then law of supply same, as price increases, quantity supply increase, and price decreases, quantity supply decreases. So yeah, we have to complete it quickly. Next class, supply, and the other things also I have to finish. So kindly I need your support to finish it. Okay.
What is the pass marks? What is the pass marks?
Yours is for 75. What is your thing? Your
38.
external question paper. 75. Your external
75
question
out of
paper, correct?
100.
75 and internals you have 25.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? I think
Okay.
it must be
38 passing mark.
I think
Hello,
38.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, may I know the first of and second of in all the subjects, sorry, in all the units?
What do you mean by first half and second half?
In question paper, we have A and B options now. So in A option, we have some theory, and in B option, we have some problematic questions, right? So
No, excuse me.
which
No,
I want to concentrate the
don't
topics
stick
on
on
the
to it
first.
like that. Don't stick on to it like that. It can be
Okay.
ulta also. Questions can have both problematic things. So
Oh,
don't think like that and don't get confused.
then how will
Ma'am,
we
is there any
work for
pattern?
that, ma'am?
I sent in the group. No, kindly the people who have the pattern with you, share it with your friends. I've sent the PPT and one question paper. I think 2 years back. Last year, I don't know. I'm searching for it. So those
Yeah,
who
because
have, kindly share it in your group.
Can
Okay.
somebody share the
if
link
I
of the
take
group in the chat?
Yes,
ma'am.
if I take unit 1 means there will be a lots of lessons to complete, but our exam is December 24 now. That's why I'm asked, ma'am.
That is why I'm also telling you. um
Exam is on
Understand the concept.
23rd. 23rd.
Yes, that is what I heard. You have the concept. You understand what did we say in economics? We say we know what are the expected questions in each and every chapter. But I don't know. Externals we don't know. Sometimes they can give something which is not at all even expected, and those things you concentrate. You understand what is it. What does it mean? Then you keep writing. With the side thing is the point which has to be noted is keywords. First day itself I spoke about keywords. Have the plug in the keywords, and then definitely you need to have the graph. Okay.
Ma'am, will
So
I know the expected questions, ma'am?
I don't know. Seriously,
So already questions, previous questions are available in website. So
yeah. Thank you.
everyone can
Thank you.
see.
Yes, previous questions are available in the website. You can have an idea when you have to go through it. What are
It
repeatedly
is
asked
available
questions?
from
Ma'am, I have a
2015.
doubt.
And I think choices are given more. Nice, good choices are given. So you can answer. Correctly answer
As
only
the,
the choice. Don't answer
Madam,
more.
as the time period for the study is very short, there is suggestions if regarding the question to be calm on the examination that should be feasible to us.
I
Can
don't
you
know.
provide that one?
I can give my PPT. I can share the material,
Ma'am,
and
can
I'm here to
Ma'am,
explain
just
it.
one question. Ma'am, just one question. Throughout India, it is 33% marks required to pass an exam. Why it is 50% here?
Your PG, no?
Yeah, we are.
PG usually they have, right?
Ma'am, please share the PPT, ma'am.
ma'am,
I
share the
share.
WhatsApp group link. Can you do that, ma'am?
I don't have the.
Somebody please share
I
it in
think
the
Giri
group.
Vasan. Didn't I share it to you? Giri Vasan. I remember your sharing with the mail ID.
I don't have your mail ID. I don't have the
No,
WhatsApp
ma'am.
group link.
We don't
Please
have any
provide.
options at all,
Please,
Yes,
ma'am.
we will
Please
please.
provide
create
your
one
mail.
WhatsApp group among ourselves. We will create one WhatsApp
Next,
group among ourselves.
it's okay. See, it's already we are running out of. Excuse me. The next faculty will be coming. It's time. I've shared it with few friends. Kindly coordinate with your friends and get it. Last time I think for 32 students I've shared. So they must be among the group. Kindly share it with
Yes,
the
ma'am.
others.
You shared and we shared it WhatsApp group also,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
already we have shared in WhatsApp.
Very good. Very good. Please coordinate with your
Somebody please
friends.
put the thanks. Somebody has,
Thank you. We'll meet in the next class. Thank you.
Madam,
Thank you.
madam, please provide your
Thank
email.
you, ma'am. Thank
Email.
you, ma'am.
Please
Thank you,
provide your
ma'am.
email, madam.
In the WhatsApp, kindly someone provide it. I have sent it from my mail
Okay.
only, so they know. They will definitely give it to you. Thank you. We'll meet you in the
The
next class.
admin,
WhatsApp group is
please.
shared here.
The,
Please join in that
the
WhatsApp group and get your
admin,
materials.
admin, please include me in the WhatsApp group.
yes, sir. The WhatsApp group link is given in the chat box. You just enter that and get into the group.
Okay. Thank you.
So, excuse me, is there any Google Classroom link opened? Like in the Classroom app?
No, I think. No.
Okay. Then so the classes are happening in which time is it? So this is my first class actually.
Every Saturday and Sunday, 10 to 4.
Saturday, Sunday from 10 to onwards.
Okay.
Actually, though, then we don't have any optional questions in our question paper, because we want to concentrate all the topics in all the subjects.
So the given time is less. It should.
Yeah.
Madam, if we form a WhatsApp group among the students of ourselves, then it will be feasible to us to consult within the group. Someone has to take the responsibility for the admin creating the WhatsApp group.
Actually, already they shared that link in. They shared that WhatsApp link in our group chat, right?
Oh, that
Just,
that group is named as MBA DDEPU, is it?
that's the link.
Okay,
That
that's
Yeah,
the
link is
official
there,
group.
but somebody please share the PPT and other notes. It will be good.
Yeah,
In
can
fact,
you
if you
please
have other
share it
subjects,
again? Because the
yeah,
ones
please
who have
resend
joined
it.
newly doesn't get the PPT.
Okay.
If you guys have anything, please share it again. It will be of use.
I think everybody today, let the class finish today, and everybody who are left to join, let them
Yeah,
join.
yeah,
Then we'll upload it so that
yeah.
everybody will get it.
That's also a good idea. So you just guys message it in the chat box to let everybody join in the group.
Somebody has shared the link, WhatsApp group link.
Yes. It's
Yeah,
in the
that
chat
is
box.
there, but is that group exclusively for any particular department or how it is?
No,
Is it a common
for
group?
the first
Like,
semester, all other departments combined as MBA, right?
yeah,
For
Yeah.
okay.
OSC, yeah.
I think so. It's for our classroom. Maybe. I'm not sure
That's
about
good.
that.
That's
Maybe
good.
it's for our classroom.
Okay, that's better. Yeah.
So, has any other staffs created a Google Classroom link?
No, Ray. No.
Okay.
There is only one group link, no?
No. I'm not asking about the WhatsApp
Our
group. I'm just
students.
asking about Google Classroom because I
Yes.
saw on video
I
in
am talking
YouTube.
about Google Class only, no? Google Meet class. There is only one link, no? You have got it on the mail.
They
Yeah.
only
I
have
received.
access to Drive, not for any groups. In a Drive, I think so.
Okay. And
Hi friends, is the recording available on YouTube? I searched it, but I didn't get it.
you can search it on DD Pondicherry University. The last 3 classes have been uploaded yesterday. I've just checked.
Yesterday only, yeah.
That's why, because when I'm looking, I only saw orientation class. I didn't see the
Yeah.
recorded
The
class.
orientation has been packed up, I think so. It's not available anymore. Other 3 classes have been posted yesterday, and the one class which was postponed on 1 December, I think so, due to heavy rainfall, has
Yeah.
not been uploaded or has not been held until now.
Oh, thank you,
Can
Can anyone know
information is
what are the topics were
one
posted for?
information is required when hall ticket will be available on the website.
Did anyone receive the identity card?
Yeah. We
No.
have received.
Yes.
No, I
No.
didn't
Already.
receive identity
No, I
card.
didn't receive.
Also,
No,
Yes.
I
I
didn't
have
receive.
also
Anybody
Some of them
near
received,
Karlur
yes.
received the identity card?
Some of them
Yes,
received.
I have.
hey,
I received.
all you
Till
have.
now, I
We all
didn't
I'm
received
receive
from
any.
identity card.
Karaikal. I received my ID card.
I'm from Chidambaram, but I didn't receive the identity card. So only I asked.
Also, I suggested to director. I gave a message that if possible, open books exams can be done because of
I'm
this
from
low
Kannur. I
tenure for
just
exam.
received today
You
my
wish,
ID
bro.
card.
You wish.
Yeah. Does anyone know how our mark sheets are structured? If, for example, someone gives 3 papers in this semester and 4 in the next semester, how is the
Yeah,
transcript
no
of the
It
worries.
will
mark
come
sheet
on.
You can
located?
do that as well.
Yeah.
Do you get arrears or back?
It will come on your personal login. It will come on
I
your
heard
personal
that
student
this
login.
QCBS, I heard that this credit-based QCBS has announced rising. So from this year onwards, so we are also don't know this market structure will be.
So, guys,
Well,
while
do have
registering for
another
the
doubt.
exam,
So,
I had 7 options.
so but in the transcript, when you get the transcript, will the transcript show the combined marks from 2 semesters, or will it give you? So basically, do you get 2 mark sheets or a single mark sheet? How does it work?
You will get DMC for every semester.
Supposing
No?
Each and every semester there will be a separate mark sheet, but in case of final semester there is one mark sheet, that is the final mark sheet.
Okay, so
Right.
then it will not be like as if I gave 3 exams this semester in December,
Right.
4 in next June. I will get a mark sheet that says that I had arrears or back in 4 subjects.
You have the scoreboard in your personal login. Then you can what is your completed. If you completed all the papers of the semester 1, then you will get the mark sheet of the semester 1. And if you is remaining something that will be
Okay.
Actually, during orientation, they had
Okay.
mentioned that the arrear system is not applicable here. They had mentioned
not.
Okay, thank you. That
Not
relieves a huge
applicable
doubt.
means if I not appear for that exam means what it will become arrear or it will
No,
become
it will not become an arrear. You can appear for the next exam time.
okay. So in overall marks,
Okay.
it will
And
come as
does
an absent.
It will not come as
No.
absent. We are preparing for it.
No, you will get
we
only
can
one
elect
consolidated
what they're
mark
suggesting
sheet.
is there will be no mark sheet.
Is there any class?
So this
Hello.
course
Yeah,
duration
what
is 4 hours. They will
they're
tell you.
suggesting is
So
there.
whenever
Good morning, all of you.
Yes, madam. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
My system is some problem. Just a
Good morning.
few minutes. I upload the PPT. Can you see
Yeah,
PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
PPT is visible, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes, madam.
Last class, what we have studied?
Depreciation, ma'am.
Depreciation we have studied. Ratio analysis we have studied. Okay, let us start this this class. Fund flow statement and cash flow statement. Okay, fund flow statement, that is fund flow. Fund means here working capital. What is working capital? Current assets minus current liabilities, that is called working capital. The capital which is utilizing for the production process. Production process means you have to purchase raw material and then you have to wages and other expenditures, right? So that when will you get money after sale of your finished goods? That process will take some time, right? That is called working capital cycle. That working capital is very, very important for the business activities. It should not be too high, and at the same time it should not be very shortage. Why? Because if you are having a, say for an example, 5 lakhs is required for one process of your working capital. But if you are keeping idle cash or liquid asset, say 10 lakhs, so 5 lakhs is idle. That will not generate any profit, right? Instead, if you are depositing in the bank, you will get some minimum rate of interest, right? But suppose 10 lakhs is required, you are having only 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs. So what will happen? Your financial risk will be involved. You are not able to pay for your credit card, and you are not able to pay for your meet your expenditure. So that is why you have to utilize the working capital. You have to
Kumar, you
keep
can
your
mute your
working
mic.
capital in your business
You can
optimized,
mute your mic.
right? So here there are two statements we are going to prepare, that is fund flow statement and cash flow statement. In fund flow
Ma'am,
statement,
excuse
this
me.
is the
Ma'am, excuse
see
me.
Excuse me,
here,
ma'am.
inflow of fund, outflow of fund. Inflow of fund, that is issue of shares, issue of debentures, bank loan, sale of fixed assets, operation profit, decrease in
Ma'am,
working
excuse me.
capital. These
Please,
are all inflow
after
of
that,
fund. Outflow of
go to the
fund, that
mic.
is repayment of loan, debentures, repayment of share preference shares, repayment of your loan, sale of your asset. So these are all these purchase of your assets, payment of any taxation, dividend. These are all outflow of fund.
Ma'am,
The
excuse
theories are I have given here. You go through that. This is the statement, fund flow statement. Left hand side, that is sources of fund. Right hand side, applications of fund. Right. So what are the items I have given here? And then there are two statements you have to prepare. One is schedule of changes in working capital. This is the format of schedule of changes in working capital. That means you have to take only current assets and current liabilities. Here, previous year and current year, two balance sheets will be given. You have to take the values of previous year and current year. You have to see how much is increased or decreased. Current assets, if it is increased, you have to put the effect of working capital will be increase column, right? Current working capital, if it is decrease, current assets, if it is decrease, you have to put in the decrease column. But current liability, you have to take a reverse effect. Current liability, if it is increased, you have the working capital will be decreased. Current liability, if it is decreased, that means working capital will be increased. This is the way of preparation of schedule of changes in working capital. Only have to take current asset and current liability, right? See here, current asset increase, working capital increase. Current asset decrease, working capital decrease. Current liability increase, working capital decrease. Current liability decrease, working capital increase, right? These things you have to keep it in your mind while preparing schedule of changes in working capital. Okay. Then you have to find out what is the fund flow statement, that is funds from operation. That means what? Operating profit. What is the profit generated from your business, that we have to find out. But what you are preparing in the profit and loss account, trading profit and loss account, net profit you are finding, right? In that net profit, your profit and loss account debit side shows non cash expenditure and non-trading expenditure. That means what? Depreciation, any goodwill written off, transfer to any reserve. So these are the things are non-cash expenditure. And then loss on sale of machinery. These are all non trading expenditure, that you have to remove it. Actually, originally, what is the funds generated, operated from your business, that you have to find out. Okay, that is operating profit. Then profit and loss account credit side, commission received, rent received, dividend received. These are all non-operating income that you have to eliminate it. That is why we have to prepare adjusted profit and loss account. So when you are preparing adjusted profit and loss account, you have to bring profit and loss account opening balance into the credit side by balance brought down. Then the other non-fund items are non-operating incomes. Non-operating incomes you have to write in the credit side, and the debit side you have to write all non-cash expenditure in the debit side. So what are all the non-cash expenditure and then non-trading expenditure you have to write in the debit side. So adjusted profit and loss account debit side you have to write depreciation, loss on sale of fixed asset, premium on redemption on debentures, discount on issue of shares, write off intangible asset, write off fictitious asset, then provision, general reserve, depreciation. Just 1 second. Hello. சொல்லுங்க சத்யராமா. எந்த கிளாஸ்? நான் அதை பார்க்க முடியாது சத்யரங்கம், நான் கிளாஸ் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேனே. இந்த என்கிட்ட வேணா ஃபோன் நம்பருக்கு வந்து வாங்கி போறீங்களா? ஏன்னா நான் கிளாஸ் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன், எப்படி பண்ண முடியும் இப்ப? Non-cash expenditure, that is loss on sale of fixed assets, premium on redemption, discount on issue of shares, write off intangible asset, write off fictitious assets, then provision, general reserve. These are all the things you have to write in the debit side. Then closing balance you have to write that your debit balance exceeds your credit balance, that is called adjusted profit or operating profit. Suppose your credit balance exceeds your debit side, that is funds lost in operation. Here funds from operation, this is funds lost in operation. Then there are some adjustments are there. Let us do straight away to the problem, you can understand this. See here, the following are the summaries of the balance sheets of Bharat Vijay Limited. Can you see, able to see?
Ma'am, can't see the screen, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
You can't see now?
No, the slide is not presented.
Can you see right now?
No.
Yes, madam.
Present the slide, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
The following are the summaries of balance sheets of Bharat Vijay Limited as on 31/12/2009 and
we can't see your presentation, ma'am.
No class.
Ma'am, you can share your screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You can share your screen,
ma'am,
can't see the
yes,
screen,
I have
ma'am.
shared, ma.
But
No,
we
ma'am,
can't
we
see the
can't
screen,
see.
ma'am.
Might be you can do in that way. You can read from the bottom. I think it's not present over here. Might be there is some technical glitches.
It is sharing now. This PPT you can't able to see?
No. Visible, ma'am.
No, ma'am. No,
No,
ma'am.
ma'am, we can only see you.
Huh?
You can see, ma'am.
That would works.
So once again I will
We
stop
can
it
only
and share
see
it.
you, ma'am.
Any technical issues that
Please
we can't
reshare.
Once
able
again.
to install again. That would works.
Hello? Yes, ma. Ma'am, நீங்க
Visible, ma'am.
நான் கிளாஸ் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன்
Ma'am, now see, ma'am.
ஸ்டூடண்ட் இல்லனாலும் பரவாயில்லை, கிளாஸ் ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகுது. ஆமா தெரியல மேம், இப்பதான் டைம் டேபிள் நான் கொடுத்து விட்டேன் கீழே. நான் இப்ப கிளாஸ் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன், MBA கிளாஸ் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன். ஆமா சரிங்க மேம். சரிங்க மேம், சரிங்க மேம். Can you able to see now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Visible, madam.
See here, 2002 and 2003 balance sheet is given as liabilities, assets. Okay. See here, you have to prepare what are the items are given. Net profit for the year 40,000 after charging depreciation. During the year, depreciation charged 30,000 on building and 40,000 on machinery. Purchased during the year, building value. These are the things are given. You are required to prepare sources and applications of fund. In your examination point of view, you have to watch it what they are asking. Sources and applications only they are asking. They have to prepare only that one. Schedule of changes in working capital, if they ask, you can prepare that. So both the statement I am going to teach you now. You will understand this. See here, first one, let us take statement or schedule of changes in working capital, right? Schedule of changes in working capital 2000 2 and 3. Increase column, decrease column. Okay, so here you have to take only current assets and current liabilities. See here, what are the current assets are there? Stock, debtors, prepaid expenditure. Only these three things are current asset. So stock 90,000 previous year, current year 80,000. So 90,000, 80,000, is it decreased or increased? You have to put in the decrease column. Current asset decrease, working capital will decrease, right? You have to put in the decrease column. Then debtor is 1,40,000, 2,40,000. So 1 lakh you have to put in the increase column, right? Then prepaid expenditure, 15,000, 25,000, 10,000 increased. So you have to put in the increase column, right? So this is the total current assets. Then current liabilities, creditors 70,000, 80,000. So creditor, if it is increased, the effect of working capital is decreased. So you have to put in the decrease column. Then bank overdraft. Bank overdraft and then provision for taxation. For bank overdraft 30,000, 25,000, 25,000, there is no change. Then provision for taxation. Two things you have to keep it in your mind. Provision for taxation and proposed dividend, you may treat either current or non-current. If you are treating it as a current item, you have to take in the schedule of changes in working capital. You should not take anywhere, right? If you are treating this as a non-current item, you should not take it here, but you have to take it in the fund flow statement and then adjusted profit and loss account. Okay, so here a provision for taxation, let us treat it as a current liability. So 30,000, 40,000, 10,000 we have given in the decrease column. Increase means that is we have to put in the decrease column, right? So now we have to find out what is your working capital. Working capital, that is increase column 1,10,000, decrease column only 30,000. So remaining 80,000 is the increase in working capital. Net increase in working capital is 80,000. Okay, this is the schedule of changes in working capital. Now we have to prepare fund flow statement, right? Fund flow statement, left hand side, that is sources of fund, right hand side, applications of fund. Okay, so now you have to see, now only non-current items you have to take. What is non-current items are given here? Share capital. Share capital is 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. So 1 lakh is issue of share capital. So 1 lakh issue of share capital, you have to write in the sources side. Issue of equity capital, that is 1 lakh. Sources of fund, right? Then debenture, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs 50,000. So issue of debenture you have to write in the sources side. Suppose debenture, if it is given 2 lakhs here, 1 lakh. 1 lakh, that means what? Repayment of or redemption of debenture or repayment of debenture, that you have to write in the application side, right? So once if it is increased, remains issue of debenture, that is source of fund. Fund comes to the business. So you have to write in the sources side, right? Then profit and loss account, we have to prepare adjusted profit and loss account. Then come to the asset side. 1 lakh buildings, 1 lakh 20,000, 2 lakhs 50,000 here. Depreciation for buildings 30,000, and then machinery 40,000. So 1,20,000 less depreciation 30,000. So how much should be its value? 1,20,000 minus 30,000. Closing value, how much it should be? 90,000 only. But it is showing 2,50,000. That means what? Purchases of buildings during this year. That also given in your problem. Even though if it is not given, you have to understand that that remaining balance 1,60,000 is purchased during this year. Okay, here it is given 1,60,000 purchase of building. Okay, see here that how you have to write in the application side. Purchase of building 1,60,000 you have to write it. Okay, then machinery 3 lakhs 2,60,000. 3 lakhs less depreciation is 40,000 on machinery, so 2,60,000 only depreciation is reduced. There is no purchases and no sale of machinery in this problem. So you have no entry in the sources or use application side. Right, next one. Now we have to find out funds from operation. So funds from operation, for that profit and loss account opening balance 40,000, closing balance 60,000. You have to prepare adjusted profit and loss account. See here, this is the adjusted profit and loss account by opening balance 40,000 to closing balance 60,000. Now you have to write non-cash and non-trading expenditure in the debit side. So non-cash and non-trading expenditure, what are they? Depreciation. Depreciation on building 30,000, machinery 40,000, totally 70,000 you have to write. Right, in your adjustment, the dividend paid is given. Dividend paid during the year 20,000, that you have to write it in the what are the adjustments are given, you have to write in two places. In a balance sheet item, you have to write in only one place, right? So depreciation you have to write in the ledger account as well as adjusted profit and loss account, here also and here also, right? So here, see here, building account, machinery account, ledger account we have prepared. To opening balance, all the assets you have to start with opening balance in the debit side, left hand side, right? All the liabilities opening balance you have to write in the credit side by balance brought down, right? That you have to keep it in your mind. Assets always debit balance, liabilities always credit balance. Okay, so see here 1,20,000 opening balance by depreciation 30,000. So closing balance is 2,50,000 balancing figure. That is means purchases of building 1,60,000. You have to close this account. Similarly, depreciation account is 40,000 depreciation closing balance. Then here you have to write dividend paid 20,000 in adjusted profit and loss account, as well as in the application side. Applications of fund, you have to write dividend paid 20,000, right? That's all with regards to this. You have written everything. Now your debit balance exceeds your credit balance, that is called funds from operation, that balancing figure. This is 1,10,000 is the funds from operation. Suppose your credit balance exceeds your debit balance, that is funds lost in operation. Funds from operation you have to write in the sources side. Suppose funds lost in operation, you have to write in the user side. Okay, see here, sources side you have to write profit. This is not profit, actually funds from operation. Funds from operation. Funds from operation is 1,10,000. Okay, do you understand this? Now the same problem. Suppose here provision for taxation we have treated here as current liability, right? Suppose let us treat this one as non-current item. What will happen? Let us see. Provision for taxation and proposed dividend, if it is given in the liability side, if you are treating as a current liability, you have to take only in the schedule of changes in working capital. It will not be taken in the fund flow and adjusted profit and loss account. You have to write note, for provision for taxation I have treated as current liability. If you have taken here, now let us treat it as non-current. So non-current means what? Here this one will not be entered. We should not enter this. Okay, delete it. Delete it. Right. So now how much will come here? Increase in working capital will be 90,000. Okay. Increase if you are provision for taxation, treating it as a non-current item, your working capital, increase in working capital will be shown as 90,000. Okay. So in that case, how we have to treat in the adjusted profit and loss account? Now we have to prepare one ledger account, that is provision for taxation. Sorry. See here, your balance sheet, tax paid or made, anything is given. Nothing is given. I will change this. I have no space. Provision for taxation account. Taxation account. Right now we have to write by balance brought down, opening balance. By opening balance, how much is given? To closing balance, 30,000, 40,000, right? Opening balance 30,000 is given. Closing balance 40,000 given. In your adjustment, sometimes will be given tax paid or tax made or provided during the year will be given. Suppose tax paid, if it is given, here you have to write to cash account. Tax paid. Tax paid during this year. That means provision for taxation account data to cash account. Cash goes out. Okay, tax paid, you have to write. In this adjustment, nothing is given. So what we have to do? Opening balance is treated as paid during this year. Current closing balance is treated as made during this year. Okay, so paid we have to take. We are assuming that old balance, previous balance, opening balance, we are treating it as paid during this year, right? Closing balance, we are treating it as made. Made means we have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account. Adjusted profit and loss account. Adjusted profit and loss account, that is 40,000. So totally it is 70,000. Do you understand this? Now, in the adjusted profit and loss account, you have to write it here. Add one more column. Insert column. to tax made, that is to provision for taxation. Provision for taxation within bracket made, tax made during this year, right? So that is how much? 40,000. Right? So this 40,000 means your funds from operation will also be increased by 40,000. So 50,000. Funds from operation will be 1,50,000. So here will be 1,90,000. So here also 1,90,000. Now you come to the fund flow statement. Funds from operation is 1,90,000. Here you have to write tax paid during this year. Tax paid $30,000. Your increase in working capital you have to find out. So see here, 1 lakh funds from operation 1,90,000. Sorry, 1,50,000. So 2 lakhs here, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs. So here how much comes? 1,60,000, 20 plus 30, 50, 2,10,000. So your increase in working capital is 90,000. Right? Increase in working capital 90,000. If provision for taxation, if you are treating it as a non-current, or increase in working capital 90,000. Here also you see schedule of changes in working capital, increase in working capital is 90,000. If you are treating it as a current item, we got 80,000. Okay, so you have to write note whether you are treating current item or non-current item. Whatever you can take. Generally, if you take provision for taxation and the proposed dividend, always if you treat it as a non-current, it is safe. When you are preparing cash flow statement, that cash flow statement always we have to treat non-current law, right? So here better you can treat non-current, but you must know you can treat it as either current or non-current, right? Do you understand this problem? Can we go next one? Hello?
Ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Are you there?
Ma'am, just one question.
Okay.
Just one question, ma'am.
Huh?
Just one question, ma'am.
Tell me.
Ma'am, the tax paid was 40,000. So in the previous Excel sheet, you should be writing 40,000 instead of 30,000.
Wait.
Could you explain that?
I make so. Tell me.
In the previous one. Yeah.
Tell me now.
Ma'am, in the previous Excel sheet, no?
Okay. Tell me.
Previous to this also.
Which one? Tell me.
Yeah. So the tax paid was 40,000 for the current year. Instead, you wrote 30,000. Second last column.
30,000.
In the fund flow statement, second last column, tax paid should be 40,000.
Oh, 40,000. No. Tax paid 30,000 only. Previous year amount you are treating it as to paid current year. Current year you have to treat it as made during this year. See here, this provision for taxation account, that is why we have prepared opening balance. Previous balance we are treating it as a paid, right? So paid we have to write in the user side or application side. Current year 40,000, that means provided, made, provision made during this year. Made, you have to write it in the adjusted profit.
Ma'am, do you mean do you mean that you have done the advanced taxation payment?
Huh?
Do you mean you have done the advanced taxation payment?
Advance payment.
Advanced taxation.
Advance taxation, whatever it is taxation, that's all. Whether it is advance or not, paid or made, only these things you have to make it, right? So paid means you have to write.
Made means you make payment, you make taxes. How do you make tax then?
No, you are providing from you are allotting, providing provision for payment of your taxation. You are providing some amount of your profit. You are allocating. You are allocating for the payment of taxation from out of your profit. That is called provision for taxation. That means made. Do you understand? Can you understand made or paid? Paid means you are paying to your taxation authority. That is cash goes out. Okay. So provision for taxation in adjustment sometimes will be given. Sometimes if it is not given, you have to treat like this. Previous balance, you have to treat it as paid. Current balance, you have to treat it as provided, provision made during this year. Okay. Clear? Can we go next one? See this problem. See this problem. Provision for taxation is there. Provision for taxation is given here. During this year, interim dividend 35,000 paid, taxation and interim dividend paid 35,000 and 39,000. You are required to prepare both. The statement is given. So see here, the assets of another company were purchased 60,000 payable in fully paid equity shares of the company. The assets consisted of stock 21,000. That means what? It is a amalgamation or merger. When you are purchasing another company, you are taking assets and liabilities of that company. You have to pay purchase consideration. Okay. Here, when you are purchasing that company, that 60,000 is the purchase consideration. For that, you are issuing equity share. Your company share you are issuing for that payment, right? When you are taking assets value, it is 21,640 and 18,360. Remaining, you treat it as goodwill, right? See here, we have to prepare a schedule of changes in working capital, current assets and current liabilities. In current asset, you should not add your stock taken from stock. Stock is current asset. You have taken from your sale company, right? You are purchasing from another company, no? So that asset is current asset. That you have to leave it. That you have to eliminate it. Okay, so that is added in your stock. See here, stock 1,11,040, 97,330, right? So how much it comes? Make the total. $97,370 plus 81,640. Sorry, you have to deduct it, right? See here. This 21,640 is added in your stock value. So that you have to eliminate, because we are not making in your business. That you are purchasing from another business. Okay. So that you have to eliminate it. So what is the difference? 1,11,040 and 75,730. So that means decreased means you have to put it in the working capital. Decrease 35,310 you have to write. Then cash at bank, sundry advances, debtors, you have to write increase cash at bank. It is increase, you have to put in the increase column. Sundry advances, you put in the decrease column. Okay. Current liabilities, bills payable.
Ma'am, what is sundry advance?
Huh?
What is sundry advance?
Advances. Sundry advances means when you are receiving various rent advance, right? Commission received in advance, dividend received in advance. So that is called advances. Loans and advances. Even that also we used to say it is a loans and advances when you are giving to somebody, right? That is called also advances, right? See here, provision for taxation here we have not taken. So provision for taxation here we have treated as somebody. Why mute your Pranay? Mute your mic.
Okay, one moment.
See here. Now, a schedule of changes in working capital, we have not taken provision for taxation. That means we are treating provision for taxation as current liability, sorry, non-current liability. So that we have not taken. So now we have to make the total, find out what is your working capital, increase or decrease in working capital. Current asset total minus current liability is the working capital for 2010. For 2011, it is 1 lakh something, right? So increase column is also, you can take, if you are finding 68,240 minus 1 lakh something, you will get the increase in working capital is 31,390. Same thing, you will get the same if you are taking this difference 31,890, or you can find it from increase column and decrease column. Increase column shows 82,945. Deduct all these items, you will get this balancing figure 31,890. This is the increase in working capital, right? Now we have to prepare fund flow statement. Fund flow statement, application side and user side, right? Sources side. Sources side, see your balance sheet. Capital, equity share capital 2 lakhs, 2,60,000. That means 60,000 you have not issued. If it is issued in the public, means you will get the fund. The fund comes into the business, right? So here you have issued this equity share capital for purchase consideration of purchasing another company. For that, you have taken out the plant and machinery stock, and the rest of the amount is treated as goodwill, right? So that is why this 60,000 you should not write in the sources side. Sources side you should not write, right? Purchase of machinery. Purchase of machinery, you have to see your balance sheet, machinery account, land and building, plant and machinery 1,12,950. See here. See a purchase of plant, it is given in your adjustment 5,650. So that you have to write in the fund flow statement application side. Purchase of machinery 5,650, right? Then you have to come to the adjustment, adjusted profit and loss account. By balance brought down, opening balance 39,690, closing balance you have to write. Now we have to write provision for reserve, not reverse, reserve. Provision for reserve, it is given in your balance sheet. See here, reserve 50,000, 55,000. That means 5,000 provided during this year. Okay. Then provision for taxation, opening balance 40,000, closing balance 50,000, and tax paid during this year is 35,000. Let us prepare ledger account, you can understand. See here, provision for taxation account. See here, provision for taxation account, opening balance 40,000, by balance brought down 40,000, closing balance 50,000 is given. Your adjustment, it is given tax paid during this year to cash account, tax paid during this year 35,000. So now we have to find out what is the tax provided, provision for taxation made during this year. That you have to find out balancing figure. So debit side it is 85,000, credit side only 40,000. That means 45,000 is provision for taxation made during this year. Provision for taxation made during this year. Okay. You have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account, made provision for taxation made, you have to write it here 45,000. Paid you have to write in the fund flow statement. See here, fund flow statement, application side, tax paid 35,000. Do you understand? Then interim dividend, you have to write both the places in the fund flow statement application side as well as adjusted profit and loss account. Both the places you have to write interim dividend generally declared from your profit. After that only paid. Okay, that is why we have to write in both the places, right? Then depreciation on building, depreciation on machinery. If it is not given in the problem, you have to prepare ledger account. See your equity share capital account. 2,60,000 is the closing balance. Opening balance 2,60,000 you have issued, right? So 60,000 out of that in the form of machinery you have taken 18,300. Stock you have taken in the form of 21,640. Remaining amount you have to write credit in the goodwill account 20,060. See your goodwill account, how much it is given. See your goodwill, how much is given. See your goodwill. Previous year it is dash. Current year it is 19,000. That means goodwill, how much we have shown in this account. How much comes goodwill we have credited? See here, 20,060. So 20,060 is credited in the goodwill account, but 19,000 only shown in your balance sheet. That means 1,060 rupees write off in the out of profit. See your adjusted profit and loss account, goodwill written off. Goodwill written off 1,000 rupees. I think I have made some mistakes here. Goodwill account 20,000. Stock
Machinery 18,360 actually, na?
18,360, yeah. Machinery, how much it is? Sorry. 21,640, 18,360. Yes. Where I have made mistake there. So goodwill account you have credited 20,000, but balance sheet shows only 19,000. Okay, 1,000 rupees is treated as write off. So write off you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account to goodwill written off 1,000 rupees. Okay, so now you have to close this account. Find out funds from operation. Funds from operation. That is called adjusted profit. Funds from operation, right? That is 1,11,540. That you have to write in the funds from operation in the sources side of fund. 1,11,540. So see here, purchases of machinery we have written, tax paid and dividend, interim dividend paid is written. Then remaining amount, there is no other items in the balance sheet. Plant, land and building, goodwill. Only non-current item you have to take. Here reserve we have taken 5,000 transferred. Profit and loss account taken. Equity capital we have prepared the ledger account. Right, everything is over. Machinery, land and building, it is reduced, that we have treated as depreciation. Then plant is also plant account is increased. So there is no depreciation is given in your problem. So leave it, only you have to write in the purchases account. Okay. So now you have to close this fund flow statement. Increase in working capital, that is 31,890. Is it the same? Now you can see here 31,000 in schedule of changes in working capital. When you are taking only current item, 31,890. It should be the same. No, in your examination point of view, if they are asking you to prepare Only fund flow statement you have to prepare, only fund flow statement, right? If they are asking you to prepare a schedule or statement of changes in working capital, that only you have to take this statement, you have to prepare only this. Generally, examination point of view, they will ask you to prepare fund flow statement, this statement. Fund flow statement will be, in the examination point of view, they will ask you to prepare. Okay, so you be thorough. Each and every problem adjustments will be different, one another, different from one another. So if you are practicing more and more problem, then only you can observe, understand what are the, if adjustment comes like this, how we have to treat. So you have to practice many problems, right? This is the fund flow statement. Then cash flow statement, it is the very similar, but what is the difference means, see here, cash flow statement, we are dividing the activity, only one statement we have to prepare in the cash flow statement, that is operating activities, investing activities and financing activities. This is the three activities we are preparing here. Our tradition, there are two methods. This is this active based upon the activity, if we are preparing the cash flow statement, that is based upon international accounting standard method, right? So this is the our traditional method, like fund flow statement, how you are preparing, similar to that you are preparing cash flow statement. Here you have to write sources of cash, here applications or uses of cash. Only one thing is difference, you have to start with opening cash balance in this statement, end with closing cash balance. Here there is no increase or decrease in working capital. Working capital you should not take it here, only you have to start with opening cash balance in the sources side and closing cash balance in the application side, right? The remaining, the all the other items as it is fund flow statement, how you are preparing, no? Sources, issue of share capital, issue of debentures, raising loan, sale of assets, all these things same. Application side, payment of dividend, payment of taxation, payment of dividend and taxation, you should treat it as a non-current only. Okay, then purchase of assets, purchases of investment, all these things you have to write. Then only one more thing you have to keep it in your mind. In fund flow statement, we have to prepare funds from operation. Here you have to find out cash from operation. How to find out cash from operation? That you have to write. See here, cash from operation. As usual, you have to prepare funds from operation. Then you have to adjust the current assets and current liability, right? Funds from operation plus when your current asset decrease, that you have to add current decrease in current asset and increase in current liability, you have to add decrease in current liability and increase in current asset, you have to deduct. That is called cash from operation. Cash from operation you have to treat. See here, let us do one problem, you can understand. See here, during the year 26,000 paid as dividend, depreciation, all these things are given, right? So see here, this is the cash flow statement. Opening, have to start with opening cash balance, loan, and then cash from operation. Application side, purchases of land, purchases of building, purchases of machinery, repayment of bank loan, everything as it is. Then payment of dividend, everything you have to write. Closing cash balance will be tally. This cash from operation, how we have to find out? That is, as usual, you have to prepare funds from operation. Funds from operation, either you can treat net profit before taxation, add adjustments, or net profit if it is given you can take it straight away, or adjusted profit and loss account you can prepare. No, you are finding funds from operation, that you have to take. Funds from operation plus increase in current liability and decrease in current asset, you have to add, less increase in current asset and decrease in current liability, that you have to deduct. Why we are adding increase in current liability? If you are getting loan, cash comes in, that is why we are adding increase in current liability. right? Decrease in stock means if your sale of your stock, cash comes in. That is where decrease in stock we are adding. Do you understand? So inflow of cash, outflow of cash, right? That cash from operation is nothing but what is the inflow and difference between inflow and outflow of cash. So that is the cash from operation, right? So cash from operation you have to write in the sources side. If it is minus figure, that is called cash lost in operation, that you have to write in the applications or user side. Okay, so your cash flow statement should be tally. There is no working capital increase or decrease in working capital. Cash in hand and cash at bank balance, you have to take it here. Opening balance and closing balance. Okay, do you understand this? Similar way, see here in this problem, what is given? 26,000 dividend given. Here, capital, opening capital 1,48,000, 1,49,000. Profit is not given. Profit we do not know how to. Profit and loss account, opening balance, closing balance also not given. So if sole proprietary balance sheet used to prepare opening capital plus net profit minus drawings or minus dividend. If you are deducting, that will be the closing balance, right? So that is why dividend 26,000 given. Net profit you have to find it. See here, net profit 27,000. How we have? See here, net profit, that is opening balance 1,48,000, closing balance 1,49,000. Difference is 1,000. Dividend is 26,000. So if you add these two, that is called net profit. Net profit is 27,000. So 27,000 plus you have to add adjustment of depreciation. Only one adjustment is there, depreciation. See here, depreciation opening balance 27,000, closing balance 36,000. That means during the year you have made 9,000 depreciation. Difference you have to take. Opening balance and closing balance of depreciation is given. That means provision, depreciation made on your plant and machinery is 9,000, right? So if you are adding, that is funds from operation. Funds from operation, you have to adjust increase in current liability, add increase in current liability, and decrease in current asset. You have to add less decrease in current asset and increase in liability. You have to adjust, right? That is called cash from operation. Cash from operation you have to write in the sources side of cash. This side you have to write. This is the fund flow statement. So cash flow statement. So difference between fund flow and cash flow statement, theoretically also they can ask you. So you practice some more problems. Fund flow and cash flow difference is there. You are preparing two statement. Here only one statement. There you are finding what is the increase or decrease in working capital. Here you are finding what is the opening and closing cash balance, right? What is the inflow of cash and what is the outflow of cash, that you are finding. There you are finding funds from operation. Here you are finding cash from operation. Only these are the differences. Okay. So fund flow and cash flow chapter is over. Then we will see tomorrow marginal cost statement. Unit 4. Unit 2 ratio analysis is pending. That we will see in the last class. Okay. Thank you. Next person might be in queue. I will close this class. Okay. Bye.
Ma'am, ID cards are not yet received, ma'am.
Emma, you send a help desk mail. They are sending, already sent. Maybe in transit, or it may be you have to ask your postman. Huh? Or address problem or return back. You send a help desk mail, you will get it. Okay.
Another one doubt.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. Sorry for the delay. I had some network issues so far. Just now it is resolved. So kindly excuse me for the inconvenience. Let me start the process now. Today, under research methodology, we are going to discuss about unit number 2. I hope you would have gone through the syllabus, where unit number 2 contains this. Just a minute. So these are the contents of the syllabus unit number 2. And this is the unit structure which we are going to discuss now. These are the points which we are going to discuss under unit number 2. I hope you got this now. The first point to be discussed is about data collection. Is it visible on the screen now?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, let me continue. So data collection is considered to be the backbone of any research study because it directly has an impact on the conclusions of the study. It is a very critical component of the research which involves systematically gathering information and evidence to answer the research questions or to test the hypothesis of the research. We can say that in research, data collection can be considered as the process of collecting data, which helps the researchers to analyze the trends, to analyze the patterns or the relationships that ultimately will contribute for the generation of knowledge in a particular field of study. So this data collection significantly influences the quality, validity, and reliability of the research outcome. Whether the research is qualitative research or quantitative research, the methods and tools used for data collection must be carefully chosen so as to ensure that data accurately reflects the variables under investigation. So, data collection refers to the process of systematically acquiring data through various methods or techniques. It typically involves gathering raw, factual, or numerical information which will be put for analysis and interpretation. So this data collection must always be relevant, reliable, and valid to make accurate inferences and draw meaningful conclusions. So, based on this, that research data can be of two types. What are they? They are primary data and secondary data. So data can be collected from two sources. One is primary data, another one is secondary data. What we mean by primary data and secondary data here? The primary data collection involves gathering fresh original data directly from the source. I repeat, primary data collection involves gathering fresh original data directly from the source. This data is a first-hand information and it is often collected through experiments, surveys, or interviews or observations. So this primary data always provides researchers with more control over the quality of data. But it is a time-consuming process and costly process. Now, what is the secondary data? About which also let me say now. The secondary data is the data which has been collected by somebody else for some other purpose, and the researcher make use of this data for his study either as such or in a modified manner. That is secondary data. Now, primary data can be collected from various sources. So these are the sources, important sources from which primary data can be collected. Let me give a brief details about these different sources. Let me take up first of all direct personal interview. Direct personal interview. I think it is visible on the screen now. Direct personal interview. Yes. So direct personal interview is a widely used data collection method in most of the research methodologies. It involves face-to-face interaction between the researcher and the respondent, or otherwise known as participant. It allows for an in-depth exploration of the subject matter because face-to-face interaction is taking place. The information collected in this manner is first-hand information and also it is original in character. This direct interviews also allows for deeper exploration of topics as the researchers can ask follow-up questions also based on the responses given by the participants. These interviewers can observe, apart from getting response, verbal response, oral response from the researchers, from the respondents, the researchers can also observe the body language of the respondent, facial expressions, tone of the voice, which can also provide some valuable insights that are not always captured through written surveys or questionnaires. Then this researcher can adapt the questions as needed based on the flow of conversation. That is called flexibility. Or any new areas of interest that arise during the interview may also be questioned. The interviewer or the researcher asks the respondent the questions pertaining to the survey and collects the desired information. So let me give an example of this direct personal interview. An example is given here for direct personal interview. Let me just explain this. Suppose that a company is launching a new product and it wants to understand the preference of the consumers regarding the new product. The researcher conducts one-on-one interview with potential customers to gather some detailed insights into the needs and requirements of the customers, likes and dislikes of the customers, and the factors influencing their purchase decision. So suppose that this is the research that a person wants to conduct about the customer preferences regarding launching of a new product. So in that case, what research question can be asked? The question
The
can
screen
be
is not visible, sir.
Sir,
PPT
your
not
screen is
visible.
black.
it's
Your
not
screen is
visible.
black. Now it's fine.
Visible
Now
now.
it's good. Yeah, yes.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible, sir. Yeah.
Visible, sir.
Okay. So in this case, the researcher can put the questions like this. What factors influence the consumer's decision to purchase eco-friendly products? Suppose that you want to launch eco-friendly product. What factors influence your decision? That may be the question. And what environmental concerns are most important to you when you choose the product? How do you perceive eco-friendly products compared to traditional ones in terms of price as well as in terms of quality and in terms of other benefits? What would make you more likely to purchase an eco-friendly product? So these are the various questions that you can put forth to ascertain the consumer preference regarding eco-friendly product which you are going to, the company wants to launch as a new product in the market. So this is an example of this direct personal interview method. Let me now move on to the next method. So as far as direct personal interview is concerned, nowadays what happens, due to advancement in technology, instead of going personally for face-to-face interview with the respondents, The researcher may also get information over telephone or over email or SMS by sending Google Forms. So this method is now becoming very popular. Instead of direct personal entry, instead of face-to-face conversation, this method is getting very popular nowadays. The second method is indirect oral interviews. Indirect oral interviews. I think, is it visible on the screen now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
A
sir. Go ahead.
primary data collection technique in which the interviewer gathers information not directly from the person being studied, but from a third party informant or respondent who has knowledge about the subject. So I repeat, indirect oral interviews is a research method where the researcher gathers data through an oral exchange that does not involve direct questioning of the subject. Rather, the person who has knowledge about the subject will be interviewed. So instead the researcher might collect information through informal conversations or group discussions also. So in these cases, the response of the participants are often shaped by a more open-ended or conversational approach. So under this method, the investigator contacts third parties, generally called witnesses, who are capable of supplying necessary information about the person with whom we have to collect information. So generally this method is adopted when the information to be obtained is of a very complex nature and informants are not inclined to respond if approached directly. So when you approach them directly, they may not be inclined to give responses. Therefore, you resort to the help of a third person now. Let me give an example for this method. Just a minute. So when the researcher tries to get information on drug addiction or the habit of taking liquor, there is high possibility that the addicted person may not be willing to provide the desired data, and hence will disturb the whole research process. Therefore, in such cases, we resort to the help of third person, and this method called indirect oral interview method is resorted to. Then comes the third method, information from correspondence. Information from correspondence. I think that is also visible. Is it visible now? Information from correspondence.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now this method refers to the data gathered from individuals or some sources who provide information relevant to the research topic. These correspondents are experts, are stakeholders, are people with specific knowledge, are people with experience related to the research area. They are chosen as correspondents. From them, we collect information. The information they provide may be collected through written communication, like letters or emails or reports, or sometimes through interviews or any other means. This method is very often used when the direct observation or in-person interviews are not feasible, or when the researcher needs expert or specific knowledge regarding that particular area. This method is being adopted. Let me give an example of this method so that you will understand the concept. See, now a researcher is investigating the effects of deforestation on local ecosystem. Here, the researcher reaches out to forestry experts or environmental correspondents or members of indigenous communities who live in the affected areas to gather data. So this is called information from correspondent method. Then comes mailed questionnaire method. Mailed questionnaire method. So under this mailed questionnaire method, data is collected by sending questionnaires to respondents via mail to be completed and returned by them. A list of questions pertaining to the research area, which is known as questionnaire, is prepared and sent to the various respondents by post. Along with that, a request is also made to the respondent through a covering letter to fill up the questionnaire and send it back within a specified time. The questionnaire contains various questions and provides space for answers. This method is very commonly used for its ability to reach large number of people, particularly when they are geographically dispersed or it is very difficult to access them in person. This method is cost effective and allows for detailed responses also. Let me give an example for this method so that you can understand the concept of this. Say a company wants to get information about the consumer satisfaction with its new product line. Now the researcher designs a detailed questionnaire containing various very different questions which will elicit information about the consumer satisfaction and mails it to a sample of customers first who have recently purchased the product. This questionnaire includes both closed-end questions and open-end questions. Closed-end question means you have to choose the option of the answers given. Either say yes or no, or true or false, or three options are given. You have to choose one. If it is an open-end question, you can express your opinion. So your opinion will not be restricted. So both the type of questions will be there. To capture the opinion of the customers regarding the quality of the product, uses of the product, packaging of the product, customer service, all these things will be elicited through this questionnaire. The next one, schedules sent through enumerators. Next method is schedules sent through enumerators. Just a minute, please. I think it is visible on the screen now. Now this is a structured data collection tool, such as questionnaires or interview schedules. This tool is distributed to trained field workers. They are called enumerators. Say, first of all, we recruit people who are called enumerators. They are the field workers. They are the trained field workers who will collect information from the respondents on behalf of the researcher. The enumerators are responsible for administering the schedule. The enumerators will be given a list of questions with them. For that, they should get the information. The list of questions supplied with the enumerator is called a schedule. In that, they have to record the answers and ensure that the data is accurate and complete. This method is particularly useful in large-scale surveys or when researchers need to reach broad sample across diverse geographical locations. The enumerators will go and contact the informants. They get replies to the questions contained in a schedule, fill them in their own handwriting in the questionnaire form. The difference between this mailed questionnaire and the schedule is here enumerators will go and meet the respondents. There in the questionnaire method, mailed questionnaire method, we will send the questionnaire by post, then they will return the filled questionnaire through post only. There is no personal contact between them. So now the example for this method. National census is an example of this collection from enumerators or questionnaire sent through enumerators. So during the census survey, enumerators will come to every house and they will get information about the persons, how many persons are there, what is the income level, education level, all this information they will get from each and every household. That is the best example of this method called mailed questionnaire. Questionnaire sent through enumerators. Schedule sent through enumerators. Say next method is focus group method. Focus group method. A focus group refers to a qualitative research methodology used to gather detailed information and opinion from a small group of people about a particular issue or about a particular product or about a particular subject. It involves an organized discussion led by a moderator. That moderator will encourage the participant to share their views and experiences in a structured but open-ended format. This method is commonly used in social sciences, market research, product development, etc., to capture the perception, feelings, and attitudes of the people. These focus group are typically composed of 6 to 12 participants who share common characteristics or experiences relevant to the research topic. These groups are often conducted in a comfortable setting to encourage open conversation with the moderator. That moderator will guide the discussion through a set of predetermined questions. Let me give an example of this focus group method. I think it is visible now. Say, for example, suppose that a company is planning to launch a new beverage and wants to find out the reactions of the customers. They could organize a focus group with individuals who are frequent consumers of similar beverages. They have maximum of 6 to 12 persons can be organized as a group. During the session, the moderator might ask participants about their preferences regarding taste, packaging, price, brand loyalty, some qualities like that. They may ask questions about the small group of people. The moderator will initiate the discussion and get information regarding these things. The group may also be asked to evaluate the new product and compare it with the existing competition. In such a way, the focus group will provide insights into perceptions, attitudes, potential improvements, and this will help the company to refine their product or marketing strategies before launching a particular product. So these are the various sources from which primary data collection can be made. Now that let us move on to the secondary collection, secondary data collection or secondary sources. Just a minute, please. Secondary data collection. Is it visible on the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
No?
No, sir.
I think it is visible now.
Visible, sir.
Yeah, it is visible.
Visible, sir.
Okay. So this method of collection involves gathering data that has already been collected, analyzed, and published by some other person or some other organization for some other purpose. This data may be sourced from some academic articles or government records, company records, or databases, books, or official statistics, something like that. So that data has been already collected by some person for some other purpose, which now we are going to make use of the same data or in a modified manner for our purpose, for our study. This is often used in conjunction with primary data so that you can validate the findings or you can complement the findings also. There are different sources of secondary data. What are they? About this, let me give a brief note about it. So these are the various sources of secondary data. Let me very briefly go through all these things now, quickly. So first one is published data. Government publications and reports. Say government agencies and ministries very often publish reports and statistics on a variety of information. Say for example on economic growth, on health, on education, on agriculture. So on various fields, government ministries publish reports and statistics. Say for example, Economic Survey of India, published annually by the Ministry of Finance, providing a comprehensive data on India's economy, including the GDP growth rate, inflation rate, and sectoral performances, is an example of this source called government publication and reports. We can take, for example, Census of India also as one of the examples of this government publications. And the another one is National Sample Survey Organization's report, which gives information about various aspects like employment, health, education, consumer expenditure, like that. These are all various examples of government publications and reports. Then comes research institutions and think tanks. Several research organizations in India collect and publish data on a wide range of subjects. Say, for example, Indian Council of Medical Research provides health-related data and research findings on diseases, healthcare infrastructure, and population health, etc. Similarly, CMIE, Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, also provides economic and business-related data like, say, industrial production, inflation, consumer sentiments, etc. Similarly, IIPA, another institution is there, Indian Institute of Public Administration, which will also offer data on governance, public policy, and administration. So these are all examples of second category, namely research institutions and think tanks. The third one is academic institutions and journals, say universities, colleges, and research centers also collect data as part of their research studies. These data are published in academic journals, books, or through research papers. Say, for example, Indian Journal of Economics and Business. Then NASCOM reports, reports by Indian Institute of Management. These are all examples of academic institutions and journals. The fourth one is statistical databases. Say several organizations, say like Reserve Bank of India, National Bureau of Statistics, they provide access to detailed databases of statistics across various sectors. They are often updated regularly, and they are a crucial source of secondary data for any researcher for that matter. Then comes international organizational and reports. See, like national organization, we have international organizations like United Nations Development Program, International Monetary Fund, World Bank. These are all the various international organizations which provide data regarding global research, global policy analysis. That information can also be taken if needed. Then corporate reports and industry publications. Say, many private companies and industry groups provide various reports on their operations, or market trends, or consumer behavior. These reports are available publicly or to the stakeholders sometimes. So, for example, annual reports of Indian companies. That is, the reports which are the listed companies are there in India, such as Tata Group, Reliance Group, all the Infosys, like that. They provide their the annual reports. From that, you can elicit some information. Then comes commercial data providers. These commercial data providers will collect information and sell access to large data sets, very often used for market research, financial analysis, risk management, etc. Say, for example, financial data providers like Bloomberg, Thomson Reuters, S&P Global. These are the very famous organizations which will provide financial and economic data, including stock market data, commodity prices, economic indicators, etc. Like that, consumer data providers are also there. Nielsen and Kantar, they collect consumer behavior data, like information regarding purchase habits and demographic information. All these things they can provide. They can sell this information. From them, you can collect information. Similarly, we have global research firms also. Statista, Euromonitor, MarketLine. These are all global research firms. They will provide information regarding global markets, global industries, and global businesses. Then comes media sources. Now, these newspapers, magazines, television broadcast, and online news outlets can also serve as very important secondary data source, especially in the field of political science, social science, and media studies. Say, news websites and newspapers, magazines, and trade publications are examples of this. Then comes historical archives and documents. Historical records and archives provide secondary data for research into past events, trends, and behaviors. These sources can include government records, personal diaries, newspapers, and public documents. See, we have national and local archives. Government has archives of very often house documents such as census records, legal documents, and public policies. So from government archives, we can get this information. Similarly, we have libraries and we have special collections in the libraries. From that also you can elicit some information. Then we have historical newspapers and magazines, old editions of newspapers, backup volumes of magazines also will get you some information. So these are the various sources of secondary data. So a researcher can make use of both the sources depending upon these requirements, and the secondary data mostly will supplement the primary data and validate the primary data also. Then comes the next part of our discussion regarding sampling. I think it is visible on the screen now. Sampling.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So before going into the details of sampling, some basic terms we have to know about sampling. The first one is population. Next one is sample. Let me take these two together, population and sample. What is the meaning of population under sampling? That we have to know now. We know the meaning of population, but what is the meaning of population, technical meaning of population under research methodologies? Say, for example, if you want to study the average height of the college going student, then all the number of college students in the particular year, suppose that you want to study the average height of the college student in a particular city, say for example in Mumbai or in Kolkata or in Chennai. Now, the college students, entire college students in that particular city is your population. Suppose that in that particular city you have 50 colleges, and in each college approximately you have 3,000 students. So 50 into 3,000, 1,50,000 college students is your population. The entire group that you want to study is the population. I think you understood the concept now. Okay. Now, if you elicit information from each and every unit of the population under study, I repeat, population is the entire group that you want to study. In our example, in a particular city, you want to study the average height of the college student. Suppose that there are around 1,50,000 students, college students. If you get the information from all the 1,50,000 students, that is called census method, which we adopt for national census. Under census method, complete enumeration of the population under study is undertaken. No one single unit of population will be left over. All the units will be taken into consideration. That is called census method. But this census method is not always possible. Suppose you think like this. So you are now suffering from an ailment, right? You are suffering from an ailment. You are visiting a doctor. The doctor says your blood is to be tested to find out the exactly what is the problem in your ailment. So blood test is recommended. When you go to the, say, clinic or laboratory, what they do, they take some 5 ml or 10 ml from your blood and test it. And so suppose that if at all the lab technician wants to draw the entire blood from your body and test it, what happens now? You will be collapsed. So practically, sometimes it is not possible to study the entire population. So in our example, I have given that college students, 1,50,000 students are there in a particular city. You cannot reach 1,50,000 students practically and measure their height and then find out the average height. That is practically impossible. In that case, you choose one particular group of that population only for that study. That part of the population which is being selected for your study is called the sample. So instead of drawing entire blood from your body and studying the ailment, if you take 5 ml or 10 ml, that 10 ml or 5 ml is the representative or part of the entire 6-liter blood of a person. Like that, among the 1,50,000 students, if you choose some 1,000 students or 500 students, that particular part, subset or group of 500 students selected for your study is called sample. So sample is subset of the population or part of the population selected for the study. So this sample will be now analyzed. Data will be collected from this sample. That is called sample survey. Data collected from sample is called sample survey. So if you find the average height of the sample of 500 students, that is called statistic. The last term, statistic. If you find the average height of all the 1,50,000 students, that average height is called parameters. So if you find the characteristic of a population, that is called parameter. If you find the characteristic of a sample, that is called statistic. So with this background, let me now move on to this sampling method. Sampling. What is the meaning of the term sampling? That we have to know. See, the process of selecting a sample is called sampling. The population cannot be entirely studied. Practically, it is impossible. Therefore, you choose a particular group, a part of the population, otherwise called. That group is called sample. The method of selecting that sample is called sampling. We may use some technique, some process, some method, some tools and techniques. That process is known as sampling. Say, for example, if you are researching the opinions of students in your university, opinion of your students' opinion in your university. University may contain thousands and thousands of students, right? We cannot reach out all the people. Therefore, you could survey a sample of say 100 or 200, something like that. That is called sampling. So the sampling allows you to test the hypothesis about the characteristics of the population. Say the lab technician takes 5 or 10 ml blood from your body, test it and give the result. Then the inference is the result of this sample will hold good for the entire 6-liter blood that is flowing on in your body. That generalization is to be made. That is the reason why we test the sample. So the results of the sample will be applied to the entire population. Otherwise, we presume that the characteristics of sample will be reflected as the characteristics of the population. That is the use of this sampling method. So under the sampling, we have two different methods: probability sampling method, non-probability sampling method. Let me just explain about this now. Probability sampling method, non-probability sampling method. Say, when each and every unit of the population has an equal chance of being selected, then such sampling method is known as probability sampling. I repeat, when each individual item in the population has an equal chance of being selected randomly, then it is called probability sampling. On the other hand, if not every individual unit in the population has a known or equal chance of being selected, then it is called non-probability sampling. Suppose that as a teacher I am entering in your class. I'm asking the question to find out whether you understood the case or not. I am just putting a question before the class. What do you mean by sampling? I want to know the response from the students. Suppose that there are 60 students in the class. 60 students in the class. When I entered and I asked this question by looking at the students, you have to tell me now what is the meaning of sampling. Then immediately what happens? Everybody will bow down their heads, will not look at the lecturer, will not look at the teacher. Why? Because there is a fear in the mind of each and every student that he may be asked the answer. What is the meaning of that? Every student in the class, that is all the 60 students in the class, has an equal chance of being selected. So the teacher may ask anybody. By just looking around the class, he may just pick up one student and ask him to stand up and tell the answer. So that everybody is having an equal chance. If that is the case, that is called probability sampling. If everybody has not an equal chance of being selected. It is called non-probability sampling. I hope you would have understood the meaning of this now. Now, there are different methods under probability sampling as well as non-probability sampling. Let me very quickly go through this. Under probability sampling, we have simple random sampling, systematic sampling, stratified sampling, cluster sampling, multi-stage sampling. Let me very briefly explain this one by one now, please. Yes, sir. Simple random sampling. Say here, each individual in the population has an equal chance of being selected. You can use either random number table or you can use drawing by lot method. So suppose that there are 50 students in a class. I mean, there are 500 students in a school. You want to select 50 of them. How to select 50? Using a random number table, the researcher can select 50 students, or he can, write down the numbers 1 to 500, put it in a box, and he can choose 50 numbers by drawing by lots. So that means every individual in the population has an equal chance of being selected. That is called simple random sampling. Then comes systematic sampling. Suppose that there are 60 students in a class. You want to select only 6 people. How you are going to select 6 people means systematic sampling method. That means selecting every kth number of population, where k is a predetermined interval. Say for example, if you have 60 students, you have to choose only 6 students. That means for every 10 students, you have to choose 1. I think I am correct. For every 10 students, you have to choose 1. So what happens? The frequency is 10 to 1, right? 10 to 1. So 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, like that you are grouping that. From that first group 1 to 10, you want to choose one number. That first number will be chosen at random. Suppose you have chosen number 5. Then the next number will be 15, then 25, then 35, 45, 55. It goes on like that. So the interval will be predetermined. It is 10 or 15 or 5, or the interval will be predetermined. First number will be chosen at random, then the interval will be followed. So in the example, we have classified the class into 10 groups, 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, like that. So 10 is the interval, right? That is predetermined. First number chosen is 7. That means second number will be 17, then 27, 37, 47, 57, like that. So this is called systematic sampling method. Then comes stratified sampling. Say suppose that the class contains 2 groups, girl students and boy students. Now you want to select, sample out of this class. Say 40 girl students, 20 boy students, suppose that. That means the class is now divided into 2 strata. That means 2 groups. It is divided into 2 groups, 2 divisions based on the gender, boys and girls. Then from each group, you want to choose some people. Suppose you want to select 6 people, 4 from girls and 2 from boys. So these 4 and 2 will be chosen at random. Again, random method will be followed. So this is called stratified sampling. Then comes cluster sampling. So it involves dividing the entire population into clusters based on geographic or other natural divisions. A random sample of cluster is selected, and then all are a random sample of individual within those clusters are surveyed. Let me give an example so that you can understand the concept. To study the education outcomes in a large city with many schools. Suppose that a city containing many number of schools. You want to study the education outcome of the school studies. Instead of sampling the students from each school individually, the researcher randomly selects a few schools first, then surveys all the students within those schools. So instead of choosing the students from each and every school, you choose schools first. One school is a cluster. another school, another cluster. So there are, say, suppose that there are 150 schools, 150 clusters are there. From these 150 clusters, you choose one or two. From that cluster, you select people and take a survey. That is called cluster sampling method. Then comes multi-stage sampling method. Say for example, it is a very complex form of cluster sampling method. It involves different stages of sampling. Let me give an example so that you can understand this. In a nationwide survey, suppose that you are taking India as a population. Entire nation is to be studied, nationwide survey. The first stage might involve selecting random states. Each state is considered to be a cluster. We have 28 states, so 28 clusters are there. Then second stage, first you select some states, right? First stage. Second stage, you might randomly selecting cities in a state. Say suppose that you have selected 5 states from India. From that 5 states, in the second stage, you select some cities. Then third stage, from the city, you select some individuals. Then this is called multi-stage sampling. So these are all different types of probability sampling. Now let me take up this non-probability sampling method also. Let me take few more minutes and complete this concept, please, with your cooperation. Convenience sampling, quota sampling, judgmental sampling, or snowball sampling. Let me explain this. Convenience sampling. Say a researcher might survey individuals at a local mall or university campus to gather some information about consumer preferences. So you want to get information about consumer preference. You select sample based on your convenience. That means which is easiest for you to access the respondents. That method you are choosing. So straight away you are going to a local mall. There you find some people and get information from them regarding the consumer preferences. So this is your convenience. According to your convenience, you are choosing a particular mall because it may be very near to your residence. So that you have chosen this. Right? So this is called convenience sampling method. What are sampling? Say, in selecting the respondents from each subgroup based on a predetermined quota. I have told an example of a class containing girls and boys. Girls and boys, two different groups are there, subgroups. Boys are 20, girls are 40. So a quota is fixed now, 10% from each division, 10% from each division. 10% means 4 from girls and 2 from boys. Or 20%, 20%, 8 from girls and 4 from boys. Like that, percentage of sample will be decided in advance. Based on that percentage, the researcher will collect information. That is called quota sampling. Judgmental sampling or purposive sampling. So this method is a qualitative research method. That means the researcher deliberately choose the participant based on some characteristics or knowledge relevant to the research question. Say for example, when you want to study the climatic changes, you cannot ask the information from, say, Dick, Tom and Harry. You want to study about climatical changes. So purposefully you are selecting environmental experts or environmental activists so that you can gather in-depth information from them. So this is called purposive sampling or judgment sampling. The purpose is to get in-depth information from the person who is having a knowledge about them. Therefore, you are choosing some environmental experts. Then comes snowball sampling. This method is used when studying about the population that are very difficult to reach or hidden population. So in this method, initial participants are selected and they are asked to refer others who fit the studies criteria. So this is called snowball method. So let me give an example so that you can understand the concept. The researcher wants to study the behavior of individuals who use illegal drugs. Now, these individuals might be very difficult to reach through traditional methods because of the stigma or because of the legal issues. Therefore, what the researcher does, initially he identifies one small group of known persons who are illegally using drugs and ask them to refer others also, because they know who are other person who are using the illegal drugs. So they will ask the other, he will ask them to refer other person from them, from them you can elicit information. So this method is called snowball sampling method. So these are the different sampling methods which are very important from the examination point of view. With this, let me conclude this session and express my gratitude for the cooperation that we extended for this conduct of session. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Sir,
sir.
can you please share the PDF?
Yes,
Thank
sir,
you,
I will
sir.
share it. I will share it at the end.
Thank you, sir.
No issue.
Hi guys. Hello.
Guys, this is lunchtime one.
Yeah, 10 off I have. Is there a break or it's held continuously? Hello.
Lunch break.
Actually, authority have to publish the routine regarding the classes.
It's an half an hour.
What?
1 to 2 lunch hour.
Okay, okay then.
Lunch
So
hour.
classes are held until 4 p.m. up to. Am I right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, 1
Up
to
to
2 we
PM.
have that. What,
After
sir?
2, we'll continue the class.
Okay. So still 2 classes are remaining, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay then. Thank you. We should be live inside the meet. Is it needed or can we exit and come back?
Yeah, exit and come back. No issues.
Okay. Thank you.
So we can't hear you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now we are audible.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. We are audible.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes. Hello. Hello, students. Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Hello. Yes, sir.
We can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Audible, sir.
Hello. Students, are you able to hear me?
Okay, so I can now send it back to that center. وهنا تحدد إذا
Hello.
Yes, sir.
You are audible, sir.
Okay, just a minute for this. Okay.
Please continue, sir. Please.
Sir, you have muted your line. Can you unmute?
If the design need any modification, it's in draft.
Hello.
Yes,
You are audible, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, very good, very good. System was muted. Okay. Shall we start our class?
Yes, sir, please.
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Sir, can you change it to PowerPoint mode? Slide. Just a second, just a second. Are you able to see PPT now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Shall we start now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Very good
Yeah,
afternoon.
please carry on, sir.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to all of you. Once again.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Once again, we are joining back to this business law classes. I hope by this time all of you are very clear what is contract. Do I need to repeat or shall we proceed forward? Okay.
We can proceed. Please proceed, sir.
Yeah. The last classes we discussed about what is a contract. Just 2-3 minutes I will go through that. Again we will proceed forward. Contract is essentially is an agreement. Okay. Contract has two parts. One is a set of two promises, one flowing from the offerer and the other from the acceptor. Because an agreement which is enforceable by law is a contract. A promise is an acceptable offer or proposal. When any offer is given, it is accepted, it can be called as promise. An offer or proposal is a promise of performance which is however conditional upon a written promise or an act forbearance receipt exchange for it. Whatever you have promised, if you are fulfilling that one, then it will be converted into a, after performance it will be a contract. So here you can see offer or proposal, then it will be accepted, that is acceptance. Then it becomes, when offer is accepted, it becomes promise. Promise becomes with the condition, if it is accepted both the party, it became agreement. Agreement which is enforceable law is a contract. So we have also discussed who are competent to contract, isn't it? Next, rules relating to agreement with a minor, we have already discussed. Then types of contract. Have we discussed types of contract last classes? Do you remember?
No, sir. No, no,
Yes,
sir.
sir, we remember.
No.
We'll be discussing types of contract. You can see there are various kinds of contract. First is called as valid contract. What is a valid contract? It is an agreement which fulfills all the essential of enforceability and can be enforced by the either of the party at the courts of law. Is called as valid contract. That means a valid contract should have all the essential elements which is enforceable by law. Is a contract, and violation of this particular agreement, you can go to the court of law to take the action. So that is valid contract. Then next is voidable contract, an agreement which is enforceable by law at the option of one or of the other parties, but not at the option of the other or others. It is a voidable contract. For example, A at the point of pistol makes a B agrees to sell his bicycle for ₹500. Here B's consent is not free. It is forcible by some other person to accept the contract. That will be called as voidable contract. It is not valid contract, but because essentials of the contract is not, elements of contract is not fulfilled, because it is by force you are compelling the person to accept the contract. So this can be called as voidable contract. You can see what are the circumstances in which contract can be voidable. Like consents caused by fraud. By fraud, if you are taking the consent, then it can be called as voidable contract. You have signed the contract, all the elements are there. By fraudulently, by telling something wrong, you have asked the person to believe the person to is the truth and he has accepted. That is called as voidable contract. Similarly, consent caused by coercion, by force, if you are, or by threat, if you are making a contract, that is also voidable contract. Consent caused by misrepresentation, by misrepresenting something. Suppose a person is not well, by the time you have misrepresented him and he is believed that whatever you are telling, that is correct. By thinking so, he has given his consent. That means it is you are misrepresented to him, so it can be called as voidable contract. Similar way, caused by undue influence. If you are giving any undue influence and getting signed in many of the government organizations, they are giving bribe or something like that. Not only government, private organizations also. In many of the contract, you can see there will be something like some undue influence is put on the person to get the contract signed. So in that case, it can be called as voidable contract. Next is void contract. What is void contract? A contract which ceases to be enforceable by law. If it is ceased, the contract is ceased to be enforceable by law. Suppose yesterday something, the law was not enforceable or the contract was valid. Today suddenly government declares something that this kind of business is prohibited. So if you are entering such kind of contract, it's called as void contract. The circumstances in which valid contract transfer into void contract, when it can be a void contract. For example, contingent contract. Contingent contract to do or not to do something on the happening or uncertain future event becomes void when the event becomes impossible. Suppose you say that sun will, if sun will rise from the west, then I will pay. Such kind of thing is impossible to perform. So that is called as void contract. Repudiation or voidable contract. When a voidable contract is rescinded by the party at whose option it is voidable, the contract becomes a void. If the party who accepts the thing and on his behalf he declined to do that, then it can become a void contract. Subsequently impossible. A contract which becomes impossible to perform at its made becomes void. Subsequently illegality. Subsequently a contract becomes void, it becomes illegal after it is made. While making it was not illegal, but after it became illegal, then it will be a void contract. Another is illegal agreement. An illegal agreement is one which is forbidden by law, that is entered into with the intention of violating the law. In that case, it will be called as illegal agreement. If illegal agreement is illegal, then contract is not valid contract. For example, A agrees to steal furniture of B for a consideration of 1 lakh rupee. It is illegal and therefore it is void. It also attracts a penalty provision at the law it is violating. So this can be called as void agreement because agreement is not enforceable by law. It is an illegal agreement. So that will be a void agreement. Similarly, unlawful agreement. Agreement may be unlawful because it is a immoral, that is contrary to sound and positive morality as recognized by law. For example, cohabitation oppose public policy, that is contrary to the welfare of the state, as tending to interfere with the civil or judicial administration or within individual liberty or citizen. This is called unlawful agreement. For example, bribing a public servant is illegal, that is contrary to positive law, being forbidden either by the statute law or common law. Hence, a line of demarcation needs to be drawn between the illegal and unlawful. There are two things, illegal and unlawful. Illegal means totally it is not accepted by the court of law, and something unlawful agreement means something public policy going against the public policy. So that is unlawful. Next is unenforceable contract. Contract which have all the essentials of enforceability but cannot be enforced due to certain technicalities like insufficiency of stamp, etc. are termed as unenforceable contract. So the contract where some technicality is there, some mistakes are there, it can be called an unenforceable contract until unless it is rectified. Like for example, government has decided this much stamp duty you have to pay. If you have taken the lesser amount of stamp paper and making the contract, that will be called as unenforceable contract. Next is express contract. It is one where the intention of a party is stated in words either written or spoken. It can be written, it can be oral also. Example, A goes to B's shop and asks him to supply 10 boxes at the rate of rupees 20 per box. B tells him that he is ready to supply the boxes at the mentioned rate. This is an express contract because they have expressed, orally they have expressed. The same intention of the parties may be expressed in writing, signed by both the parties. If that contract is written also, that can be called as express contract, or orally also it is expressed, can be acceptable. It's called as express contract. Another one is implied contract. The evidence of an implied contract is to be deduced from the acts or conduct of the parties. No exchange of words, either written or spoken, taken place, but the manifestation of their intention is inferred from their respective acts or conduct. I gave you the example. Suppose you are buying a bus ticket and getting inside the bus, you are taking your seat and traveling to the destination and getting down. You have just paid the fee, bought the ticket from the counter without expressing anything. That means it implies that the action which you are doing, you have bought the ticket, that means you are you have decided to travel to the particular destination. That's why you have purchased the ticket. So here no need to express to someone that I am going to travel to this place. You have bought the ticket, got inside the bus, and conductor has checked. You have traveled to destination without expressing anything. This means it implies that you have made a contract. It's a implied contract. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Next is quasi-contract. These are those obligations which are imposed by the Contract Act and do not arise from a consensus between the parties. Example, A tradesman leaves the goods at B's house by mistake. B treats the goods as his own. A is bound to pay B for them. The obligation is imposed by the law. So quasi-contract means somebody should not take advantage of others. For example, as I gave you, a tradesman, he leaves the good at B's house by mistake. Here, mistakenly left he has visited to B's house, but mistakenly he has left the property there or back there. B treats the good as his own. He took care as if it is his own. Suppose some items are there which can be spoiled after 1 or 2 days. He might have kept it in the refrigerator, or ice, he might have bought ice or something. He has taken care as his own. A is bound to pay B for the obligation is implied by law. When A goes to B that please give back my goods, A says that I have spent this much for the maintenance. A is bound to pay to B, because this although it is not a contract, a pure contract, but somebody should not take the advantage of it. B, he has taken care of the property of your property by thinking as if it is his own. So A is responsible to pay the maintenance fee. For example, you have left by mistake your bike at your friend's house. You have forgotten. You have gone somewhere out of country or somewhere. After 1 or 2 years, you have come back. You have demanded that my bike was left here. Kindly give me my bike. And he says that I have taken care of your bike and I have paid this much amount for the maintenance. And you are supposed to pay the maintenance fee to your friend. So this is called quasi-contract. Another one is execute a contract. A contract where both the parties to a contract have discharged their respective responsibility by performing them. Both the parties, they have performed their duty. Whatever agreement is made, both the parties, they have completed from their side. That is called as executed contract. That means all transactions of cash sales are the example of executed contract. Cash sales means in the sense you have paid the cash and you have bought the item, you have taken it back. That means it has been already executed. Similarly, executory contract, it is one where one or both parties are yet to perform their respective promises. If one party is left, he has not done, suppose you have paid money, B has not given the goods to you, that means it is executory contract. B yet to be, he is yet to give the product to you. So only one party has performed his duty. Even both the parties have not, they have made agreement, both the parties have not done their duty, that means it is executory. It has to be executed from the both the side or either one side. So that is called as executory contract. Next one is called a unilateral contract. It is the contract where all the time when the contract is made, one party has already performed its obligation. It is one where at the time when the contract is made, by the time only one party has performed its obligation. The other party yet to perform. It is outstanding. It is called a unilateral contract because one party has completed his obligation. Second party yet to complete his obligation. It's called as unilateral because only one-sided contract is completed. For example, A goes to a bus stand ticket counter and buys a ticket for journey. He has performed his duty under the contract. That means he has bought the ticket. A, he has performed his duty. That is to pay the scheduled fare. He has paid. But the bus authority yet to perform his promise. Bus authority, when bus will start, then you will travel to the destination. Authority is yet to perform his promise, that is of carrying him from point to another. This is a unilateral contract. One party, you have already paid a fee for traveling, but yet to bus has to start and to reach the destination. That is one part is left over. This is called unilateral contract. Similarly, bilateral contract. As against unilateral contract, a bilateral contract is one where at the time of entering into the contract, both the parties to the contract are yet to perform their respective promises. Both the parties, they have not done their obligation. It is like executory contract. So here both the parties, they have not done, it is a bilateral contract. You can say as executory contract also because both the parties have to perform their duty. As both the parties have not done the obligation, that's what it's called a bilateral contract. Now the important again thing is modes of discharge of contract. How will you come to know that contract has been discharged? That means contract has been completed. So a contract is discharged when the rights and obligations created by between the parties come to an end. That means the right to do something or obligation to do something is already over. It is end. Nobody has any rights or obligation to the act or to the contract. It is over. Discharge or termination of contract means termination of the contractual relation between the parties to contract. So the termination of that, it is already completed. No one has to do anything else. The contract is over. That means discharge of contract. For example, how it will be? Contracts may be discharged or terminated by any one of the following, who are by performance. Both the parties, they have performed their duty, performed their obligations. That means contract is discharged. That means contract is over. By consent of agreement. If the agreement, you have made a contract for the agreement period of some particular time, once the period is over, the contract is discharged. By impossibility, if subsequently, if there is any chances there, after that it is not possible. Suppose tsunami came in between, or some disaster has come, after that it is not impossible to do. So both the side, the contract is discharged, because due to natural calamity, everything is gone. Now it can be called as contract is discharged. You cannot say, you cannot go to the court of law, any of the party cannot go to the court of law that so and so has not performed his duty, because due to natural calamity, it is impossible to do now. Next is by lapse of time. If time period is over, after that you cannot say that still contract is there. Once time period is over, the contract is discharged. By operation of law, by some operation of law, by something is the law says that after so and so time it will be over. That means contract is over. There's a law of limitation, like limitation, that particular limit is over means contract is discharged, because law says that this is the limitation period. By breach of contract, if one party, he has breached or he has not fulfilled his agreement obligation, so that means he has breached the contract. Other party, he has the right to the court of law. That means here the obligation of B is over. A, because A is the defaulter, against him he can go to the court of law. That means it understood that the discharge is, contract is discharged, and the second party has the power to go to the court of law to get his compensation. By material alteration, if in any contract you have changed something you have changed, amended, that can be called as that contract is over. That is contract discharge. Again, freshly you have to make the contract. Suppose you have made 1 year contract, and in 11th month you are changing it, altering it to 24 months. So that contract will be discharged. You can make a fresh contract for 24 months. Not that 12-month contract you will convert to 24 months. If you are making any alteration, that will be, the contract will be over. These are the various modes of discharge of contract. Is it clear, or any doubt in this? So this is one of the important question again. What are the modes of discharge of contract? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How will we? One is by performance. If you are performing the act, both the parties, it's discharged. Consent, but both the parties, if they are giving consent that we are closing the contract, it is here closed. Now we are both the parties consented to means stop the contract. That means contract is discharged. By impossibility, if due to natural calamity or something it is impossible, then contract is discharged. Lapse of time, after particular time period, suppose 1 year contract you have written, that the moment 1 year is over, the contract is discharged. Then operation of law, if law says that something, some limitation or something, law states that once the time period is over, that means contract is discharged. Breach of contract, if any of the party, he breaches the contract, in that case it can be understood that the contract is discharged, then other party can go to the court of law. The material alteration, if you are changing something, then Also, it will be called as discharge of law. These are the various modes of discharge of law. Now, another question comes: what are the remedies for breach of contract? Suppose somebody breaches the contract, and what are the remedies? You can see parties to a lawful contract are bound to perform their respective obligations. Once you have made the contract, both the parties are bound to do their obligation. Whatever they have agreed upon, they are supposed to do. Based on the agreement, both the parties are liable to do their activities or do their obligation. If any party fails, that means it is a breach of contract. One of the party repudiates the contract by refusing to perform his obligation. He is said to have committed breach of contract. That means one party, he refused. No, I will not give now. You have paid. Suppose the agreement is made that I will pay 1 lakh rupee. You have to give this particular car to me. So after that, you say that no, I will not give the car. First agreement is made, everything is done, and advance is being paid. Later on, you are not accepting to that one. That means you have breached the contract. In case of the breach, the aggrieved party is relieved from the performing his obligation. That means, as we said, that discharge of contract happens when any of the party breaches to the contract. That means contract is seized now. Once one party refuses to do, that means there itself contract is seized. Contract is over. It is discharged. Now the other party, he has the right to go to proceed against the party at fault. So in case of breach of contract, the law provides remedies to an injured party as follows. What are those? Cancellation or rescission. So contract can be cancelled, or it can be time being it can be stopped. Then restitution. In that case, if anything happens, then you can go to the court of law, and the what you say, remedies can be given by the court of law, or compensation has to be paid by the other party. Specific performance. Court may give the order to give the particular person to do the specific act. Whatever it is supposed to do, court can give order to the party. If he is refusing to do, then court can give the order, you have to do particular things which you have promised. If he is not paying, then he has to pay the compensation. Like injunction, here court can give order to someone who is breaching the contract. In that case, the injunction can be given by the court. For example, simple example I will give. Suppose a film star, he has made a contract with the particular director that I will act for this movie, and this duration I will not do any other movie. Suppose he, by this time, he has made the agreement, but he has signed for the another director also simultaneously same time. In that case, the aggrieved party, he can go to the court of law can stop him. He can the injunction means he can give a summon to that person and ask him to stop doing that kind of activities, because as per the agreement you are not supposed to perform in under any other director. So in that case, court can stop him. Similarly, damages. Court can give order to pay the damages caused by the party. There are again various kinds of damages: special damage, specific damage. So several kinds of damages are there. As per the particular situation, the court can give order to the aggrieved party, order to the one party to pay to the aggrieved property damages. Quantum of merit. Based on that quantum of merit, how much in between, suppose contract has been declined by the someone, the whatever as per the merit, whatever he is supposed to, whatever the work is left over, and what are the compensation is to be, suppose for that amount the other party is supposed to pay to the aggrieved party. So that is called as quantum of merit. So these are the breach of contract. Suppose sometimes question may come, what is the breach of contract and what are the remedies for breach of contract? So it will be one question. The other one is, what are the various modes of discharging of contract. So details you can go through your study material also. So we have only 6 classes. So in that we have to complete, and there is another unit like company law. It's a very big unit. So we need to have some more time in that one. Shall we proceed further? By this, unit 1 is over. We can move to the unit 2. Unit 2 is small one. We can, this is, here we have partnership and sales and goods act. Quickly, we can finish this unit also. Is it all right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Next is essentials of elements of partnership. Short question comes. What are the essential elements of partnership? Here, as it is very popular, all of you know what is partnership, but still. So what are the essential elements of partnership? Association of 2 or more persons. There has to be minimum 2 or more persons. They should associate together. Existence of contract. There has to be contract between the 2 or more persons. Carrying on a business. So all of them, they should start a business. Sharing a profit. And they should share profit with each other. Prevalence of mutual agency. So everyone is the agency to each other. So everybody is the part of the contract, and everybody is responsible for the activity what is being done in the partnership firm. So what are the ingredients? Essential elements. It's an association of 2 or more persons. There has to be existence of contract, carrying on business. If you are making a contract and there is no business, then there is no partnership. So it has to be some business has to be there. Sharing of profit. So all of you, all the partners should share profit. And prevalence of mutual agency. Everyone will be responsible for the other party who is dealing with you. If you are making, if you are the defaulter, all of the party will be responsible for it. So agency and master, I think in syllabus later on we can discuss what is agency, who is master, who is the agent. So it is there in further we can discuss. So prevalence of mutual agency. So every individual is the responsible for the activities. So these are the basic ingredients. Next is kinds of partners. There may be different kinds of partners in a partnership firm. The important classification of the partners is in below. Actually, actual or active partners. They are the actual partners or active partners. Dormant or sleeping partner. One of the partner may be dormant. He may not be doing anything, but he is the partner to the firm. He is sharing profit, but he is not doing any activities in the firm. So that can be called as dormant or sleeping partner. Nominal partner. So nominal partner who are supposed to pay how much, who is responsible for how much, or all the partner, they have liabilities. So they have to pay or they have to share capital. Partner in profits only. Some partner may be in profits only. Suppose where a minor is involved. Making contract with a minor is not, it's not a valid contract, but the guardian of minor can make a contract on behalf of guardian, on behalf of minor. But in this case, he will be sharing profits only. He will not be, minor will be sharing profit, but he will not be held responsible for the any loss. Only he will be sharing profit. Sub-partner in the sense, if your partner have led to, given to partnership to someone else, so they are called as sub-partner. Partner by estoppel or by holding out. By court of law, if somebody is given order that he is the partner of the company, in that case, he will be the partner. These are the various kinds of partners. These are the minimum questions comes in the partnership act. So I have not taken much slides for this partnership. Next is sales of goods. We'll focusing more in company law. These are the small acts. Next is contract of sales of goods. So a contract of sales of goods is a contract whereby seller transfer or agrees to transfer the property in goods to the buyer for a price. So it is a typically buying and selling process. So contract of sales means a contract of sale of goods. There has to be sale of goods whereby the seller transfer the property to the buyer with a exchange of price. So that is the definition says by the section 4.1 says a contract of sale of goods is a contract whereby the seller transfer or agrees to transfer the property in goods to the buyer for a price. This is the definition. You cannot change it because this is the section. It is given by the law. Completely, it is a definition of contract. If you are changing, altering something, it will not be a full definition. So in a contract of sales of goods, two parties, there has to be mutual consent. Transfer of property has to be there. Goods means any kind of movable property. Here there are two kinds of property. Here two parties. One is buyer and seller, another is buyer. There is a mutual consent. Just the presence of two parties is not sufficient. The parties must agree on the transfer of property. The parties say, if you pay this much, I will give you the product. So there has to be exchange of things for the product. That the parties must agree on the transfer of property. Transfer of property, what a contract of sale stipulates is the transfer of property, that is the ownership of goods and not the possession of the goods. The ownership has to be transferred. Only if he has taken the product, it doesn't mean that. When you are giving the receipt or something, some proof, delivering and giving the ownership to the buyer, that means it is a transfer of property is over, sales of contract is over. Goods means every kind of movable property other than actionable claim and money. For money, it will not be considered as sales of contract. Or any immovable property like your land or buildings, such kind of things, it will not, for immovable property, it will not be considered as sales of goods. It is only for the movable property. Price. Under a contract of sale, property in the good is transferred to the buyer for a price. There has to be some exchange of money. That is called as price. Price is the money consideration for the good. Then another ingredient is varied agreement as to delivery and payment. The contract may provide for the immediate delivery of goods or immediate payment of the price or both. So there has to be, there is a requirement contract may be provide the immediate delivery. Once the product is delivered to your, suppose we have bought a refrigerator. Once the refrigerator is delivered to your house, you are supposed to pay money to the delivery person. So immediately it has to be exchanged. So if there is a requirement, that has to be completed. So requirement requires no formality. There is no formality, more formality is required, absolutely or conditional. It is the sales of goods act is absolute and conditional. If the condition is made, the property is delivered to your house, then only you will pay. Or sometimes if it is at the point of purchase, it has to be paid. So as per the terms and conditional, you have to perform the duty. These are the essential elements of a contract of sales and good. These are the two small unit act. The third unit is Negotiable Instrument Act. Have you heard about negotiable instrument? Anybody has heard about negotiable instrument?
Yes, sir.
Any example? Can you give me? Many of you might be working in companies or corporate sectors. There will be negotiable instrument you must have heard. And day-to-day life also, you people are using, making negotiable instrument. Any example?
Your salary?
Bank. No. Sir, negotiable instrument is that particular instrument which there is a promise to pay some amount of money or currency, any other currency, to the others regarding the paid of dues and otherwise.
Yeah, that is one kind of negotiable instrument which promissory note. That is called as promissory note. You must have seen that some of the printed. I promise to pay this much amount of money to the holder of the particular instrument, isn't it? That is called a
check, sir.
promissory note. Anything else?
Sir, day-to-day bills that we get.
Check, sir, check, sir.
Yeah, all of you must be using check. That is also negotiable instrument. Okay, when you present the check to the counter, then counter person, he will be paying you money. Another is bill of exchange. So we'll discuss each one of it. Now the Negotiable Instrument Act, it is 1881. The law relating to negotiable instrument is primarily contained in the negotiable instrument. This is a separate special act. So you will not mix with the Banking Regulation Act. RBI Act is separate. BRA, Banking Regulation Act is separate. Negotiable instrument is separate. So specifically, this is dealing with the this bill of exchange, promissory note, check. A negotiable instrument is essentially an instrument of credit. So once you present the negotiable instrument to the holder is submitting the negotiable instrument, the other party is supposed to pay you. So a negotiable instrument is essentially an instrument of credit, readily convertible into money and easily delivered from the one person to another. So when you present the negotiable instrument, it will convert to money and easily delivered from one person to another. For example, if you are presenting a check, immediately the money has to be paid to the holder of the check, and the check can be transferred one person to another. The word negotiable means transferable from one person to another, because it is negotiable. It is transferable from the one person to another. And the term instrument means any written document by which a right is created in favor of some of the person. Because it's their check is in written document. You are writing there, pay to so and so amount of this much. So the banker, they are paying based on the name placed in the check. Negotiable instrument is a document by which rights vested in the person can be transferred to another person. So the right is vested to the person holder of the check, and it can be transferred to the another person in accordance with the provision of the Negotiable Instrument Act. In some of the cases where it is not supposed to be, in that case it will be restricted. Otherwise, normally it will be transferable. The Negotiable Instrument Act does not affect the provision of the Section 31 and 32 of the RBI Act, Reserve Bank of India, 1934. In 31 and 33, something special, it is given by the Reserve Bank of India. It will not affect, negotiable instrument will not affect Section 31 and 32 of the Reserve Bank of India. That is a special act, and it has to be as it is to be followed. Now, what are the salient features of negotiable instrument? Freely transferable. As we seen in the definition, it's transferable from one person to another. It is easily freely transferable. Defect-free title to the transferee. There should not be any defect in title. So clearly, it should be mentioned the name of the person who are to be paid. It is to be transferred. Money is to be transferred to whom? Recovering. You can recover. Ceiling on transfer. There can be put a ceiling limit of the transfer. Payable to order. It is order to pay to so and so holder of the check. Payment. There has to be a payment. Presumption. Presumption will be made. It is mentioned in the document that after this many days or on so and so date. So whatever it is mentioned, based on that, it has to be paid. What are the kinds of negotiation instrument? As we discussed, bill of exchange, promissory note, and check. These are the three kinds of negotiable instrument. Now, let us see what are the three kinds of instrument. What is bill of exchange? A bill of exchange is an instrument in writing containing an unconditional order signed by the maker directing a certain person to pay a certain amount of money only to the order of a certain person or to bearer of the instrument. It is a written document and it gives the unconditional order to the banker or third party to pay the holder of the negotiable instrument. Okay, you can see the definition. Bill of exchange is an instrument. It is an instrument. It is in writing. It should give unconditional order signed by the. Now we'll see that what is the difference between promissory note and bill of exchange and check. So bill of exchange will be in writing. Unconditional order should be there, signed by the maker. Maker has to be signed, directing a certain person. He has to direct the other person, third party, to pay certain amount. He should say that the holder of the check, what are the amount to be paid, this much amount when it is presented to the third party. Certain sum of money only to the order of a certain person or to the bearer of the instrument. When the bearer of the instrument, holder of the instrument, he presented the negotiable instrument to the third party, there is an unconditional order by the maker to pay this holder of the instrument. Next, we'll see what is promissory note. A promissory note is an instrument in writing. This is also instrument in writing. Negotiable bill of exchange is also instrument in writing, and promissory note also instrument in writing, but not being a bank note or currency. If it is a bank note or currency, it is not promissory note. Containing an unconditional undertaking. Here you can see in case of bill of exchange, unconditional order, but in case of promissory note, it is unconditional undertaking. What is that? I promise to pay. I undertake. That means individual is promising to pay certain amount when you are presenting the instrument to me. A promissory note is an instrument in writing, not being a bank note or currency, containing an unconditional undertaking signed by the maker. They are also signed by the maker. Here also signed by the maker to pay a certain sum of money. Same there also, here also, only to the order of a certain person. Same for promissory note, bill of exchange, or only to the bearer of the. In these two cases, here it is an unconditional undertaking. There it will be an unconditional order. Here third party, the order you are giving to third party. Here unconditional second party is taking the unconditional undertaking. I promise to pay. When you submit the check, it will be written in that promissory note that I promise to pay this much amount of sum once it is presented to on so and so date. So if it is mentioned, then it is a promissory note. Now let us see check. A check is the usual method of withdrawing money from an account with a banker. All of you must be using check. It is the usual method. When you sign a check and present to the counter, they will be giving you money. A check, in essence, it is an order by the customer of the bank, directing the banker to pay and demand. So what you are doing, you are the customer of the bank and you have some money in the bank, you are using the check and you are giving order to the banker to pay to the holder of the check the specified amount or to the order of the person named there onto the bearer. Either to the name you are mentioning the name, you pay this much amount to so and so person, or the holder of the check, you are signing at the front and back and giving the check to the someone to get the money, and it is a order given to the banker to pay a certain amount. Is it clear? Bill of exchange, promissory note, check. These are the three kind of negotiable instrument. Now we'll see the difference between promissory note and bill of exchange. What is the difference between promissory note and bill of exchange? You can see there are only two parties in promissory note because you say that I promise to pay. There are two parties, the holder and the debtor and the creditor, to whom to be paid and the maker of the instrument. There are two parties. In case of bill of exchange, what is there? There are three parties: drawer, drawee, and the payee. You are giving unconditional order to the someone, third party. So there are three parties. One is the drawer who make the instrument, drawee who is holding the instrument, and the pay who has to pay, the third party. So in case of promissory note, you can say contains an unconditional promise. Here in promissory note, you promise to pay. So there are two party and unconditional promise is there by the maker of the instrument. In this case, bill of exchange, you can say contains an unconditional order. Here promise, there order. Order to the drawee to pay according to the draft direction. In case of promissory note, no prior acceptance is needed because directly you are dealing with the second party. There is no prior order is to be taken or acceptance is to be taken. But in case of bill, after sight must be accepted by the drawee or his agent before it presented for payment. You have to discuss with the third party to pay. If after sight, so afterward it is being presented, then there is to be third party is to be consented. In case of promissory note, liability at the maker or drawer is primary and absolute. But in case of bill of exchange, the liability of the drawee is secondary and conditional upon non-payment by the drawee. If it is not paid, then in that case, there is the as per the law, it has to be moved. But in case of promissory note, liability of the maker or drawee is primary and absolute because there are two parties. So it is primary and absolute. But in case of it is a conditional. What condition you have mentioned in the agreement with the third party? As per that only it will be regulated. In case of promissory note, no notice of dishonor need to be given. If you are dishonoring the promissory note, so there is no need of notice to be given. You can directly go to the court of law and take action. But bill of exchange, notice of the dishonor must be given by the holder to the drawee and the intermediate endorser to hold them liable thereon. You can give the notice to the individual who are defaulter. You can give the notice. So these are the few difference between promissory note and bill of exchange. I hope it is clear to all of you what is promissory note and what is bill of exchange. Is it clear?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Shall we proceed further, or if any doubt you can ask, because hardly a few minutes are left, over 2-3 minutes. You can ask question anything or any doubt, or we'll discuss then one more different.
Any specific format for writing, sir, for bill of exchange and promissory note, or any documents, standard documents?
Yeah, that you can see there are various kinds of, even you can make that I promise to pay, like promissory, I promise to pay so and so. Like there are various formats are also there. So you can see those formats. It cannot be shown here. I do not know. Here also there is no format is given, and I'll see if possible next class I can show the copy of those things. What is from, or any one of you are dealing with such things, you can next time you bring it so that all of you can be.
Do we require any stamp paper for bill of exchange and for promissory notes?
I don't think stamp paper is required. It is
No, stamp paper is required.
You have to.
Stamp paper not required.
You have to sign the promise. The person who is making the promissory note, he has to sign and give the unconditional order, and there is a third party's name also, with all the official seal or designation. Everything is to mention and can make a order. Sometimes you must have seen some companies giving advertisement. I promise to pay this much amount of money to holder of this J. During advertisement, if you are buying something, if you are carrying that particular cutting the piece from the newspaper and submitting to the seller, they will be giving you a discount of this much or like that. I have seen
yes, something like that is like that.
Yeah. So like this promissory, anything can be. It is unconditional order or unconditional promise you are giving. So if you are failing to that, you are no need of stamp paper. I don't think any stamp paper is required. In some cases, it may be. I'm not aware of it. So where a higher amount of money will be involved or something, there may be some provision, but normally it is not. Generally, these are the differences. Okay. And among you, among all of you, if somebody is advocate dealing with such type of things, that they might be knowing, and they can also give some insight. They are most welcome. If somebody is there who is knowing all these things, we are not practicing advocate or something like that. We are just theoretically we are teaching, and day to day there are a lot of changes going on, and those who are practicing, they might be knowing better. Any one of you are advocate here? Or practicing such kind of things like legal officer in some of the corporate sector, they also are dealing with such type of documents. Okay. So next class we'll be discussing a little bit revision we'll do in this one, and then most important is next is company law. It's a very big chapter, so at least 2 to 3 classes is required. Then there are other things, and we need to discuss the old question papers also.
So please, sir, will you share this PDF?
Yeah, once the class is over, I'll share. Not today. At the end of the class, I will share the PDF and this PPT to all of you, so you can make use of it. Okay.
So how will it be shared, sir? So through mail ID or what?
So through mail only we can be.
Okay.
So some of you can give your mail ID to me, so I can for you, so you can share among yourself.
So it would be good if you share now, because so
Yeah,
that will be
helpful. So the exams are near. That's all.
Just 10 days.
If
Can I share my mail ID here, sir?
If immediately I share the PPT, then there you may not be much interested, or sometimes you will be thinking
No,
that
no, not like that. Definitely
PPT
not
is
like
there.
that.
What is the need of class? We need
No. Definitely not like this. We just
next class will share. Don't worry.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Next class, at least half of the paper, let it be over.
Okay.
So I'll share it. So you will have some 8 to 10 days. You can prepare.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So what I insist, first of all, you need to go through the study material at least. So whatever it is discussion being taken place, you kindly go through the study material. Then afterwards, when I give the PPT, you can make use of it.
Okay, sir. Sure. Thank you.
Okay. So I request all of you to join tomorrow. I'll be joining at 12 to 1. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So we'll be discussing about company law and leftover topic of this one. Okay. Any doubt? If you have any doubt or any clarification in between, you can stop me and you can ask also. So that's what I have not muted all of you. We have left it like that. You can discuss in between. Okay. Thank you very much. See you next class again tomorrow. Tomorrow 12 to 1. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Abbu.
So what class do we have next?
Hello, good evening, all of you.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, doing well. After the storm, we are able to get at least connectivity back. Just 1 second, I am uploading the PPT, right?
Sure, ma'am.
Are you viewing that?
It's visible, ma'am. Yeah, it's visible.
It's visible, ma'am.
Right. Okay. So we have seen till this slide last time. Right. Okay. So hope you are not tired. So it's the last class today. So let's have Rabbihan get some energy. So I need, because conversation as we have discussed in the last class, it's unfortunate that we have missed due to the cyclone. It's really, we got severe damage, and nearly 6-7 days it went without power. Power restoration itself took 7 days. So connectivity was a challenge, right? So that is why, hope all of you will understand that. So now, as an impact of the Bengal cyclone, what happens? Now we are running out of time, so we have to rush out. So we are changing a little bit of strategy. So in between, immediately, if you have any doubt, you are going to raise your hands and ask, and we will try to cover as much as possible within the given time. After all, we are all managers, right? MBA, so we know how to manage even in the crisis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes or
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
Yes. All of you are MBAs and managers. All of you know that, right?
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, madam.
obviously.
I'll tell you one thing. See, you are not doing in regular. Okay? So you may have the concession discounts and all, saying that I am not attending lot of classes, I am not a regular student, so I may be studying a little bit. You may have all these concessions. But when you enter into the society after completing MBA, for example, you are attending an interview, and when they are seeing you as an MBA, there is no difference. You cannot say there that I am like this because I am a DDist. You cannot say, because society doesn't bother. Society sees everyone as an MBA. Are you able to get the point? See, you imagine like this. We say the doctors are practicing, right? The doctors are practicing. How long? Even though after 20 years, we will say the doctor is practicing. What do you mean by the literal meaning of practicing? Training. Right? Why do we say that? See, imagine like this. If like you, the doctors also skip 2-3 chapters and got through the examination, and you are going to that doctor with a particular ailment which he has skipped. Is it okay? Will he say to you? When the doctor will be open and say, sorry, during the examination, I have skipped that particular chapter. Any doctor will say that to you. They will practice on you. Right? So be careful that the society is going to see you as a central university MBA. Okay? Be prepared. Okay. So that's why I said we know how to manage the time also. So now we have seen the self-image last week, right? What is self-image? How you want to be, and how you want the society to see you, and really what you are. These are 3-4 different type of categories. When you are able to identify these things, you remember that? I'll put that side and say, this is the summary, what we have seen, right? So
Yes, ma'am.
if you are able to see the gap between these things, what you are real, what you are thinking of you, what you are really, and what your expectation is. If you are able to bridge the gap, because what the society is thinking of you, you can leave that. That's not important. So if you are able to bridge this gap, what you are imagining, what you are, and what you want to be, right? If you can put a bridge to what you want to be, that is actualization. That is why you have to understand that if you want to, why in organization point of view, we are teaching you that if you are actualizing yourself, you will be performing at your highest compatibility. That is why we say that it is important that one person should understand who he really is to understand other person, right? That is very important in organization. So the next thing is organizational image. Every organization, we say it is a separate entity, right? It has a name, it has a life, it has a birth date. So it is a separate entity. So every organization also has an image, right? We call it as organizational image. I have given you some top companies where the moment you see the logo or the tag, the name, you will get some image on your what do you say? You, because you have information on these companies, and of that the society is having, this is what the company is. Say for example, the moment I see Infosys, I remember that they have been best employer continuously for 3-4 years in a survey, right? The moment I see Tata is a big conglomerate where they give a lot to the society back, CSR, like that. See, everyone you see, the organizations have a particular image, right? How that image is formed? Voluntarily, sometimes involuntarily, right? Voluntarily, they will have PROs, they will be using how the organization should be seen by the people. But sometimes what happens, some crises or events may create an image. Whether you want it or not, people have a image. So that is what the organizational image is. How the organizational image is going to impact on you and the organization. It will impact on the vision. If any organizational image should be aligned with the vision. If it is having a paradox between what you are preaching and what you are doing, right? People will easily understand that you are acting. What the company is saying, say for example, we call it as greenwashing. Many companies do that, right? They will say that it is eco-friendly, it is a herbal toothpaste. If you see the ingredients, you will see that it is 0.001% neem will be added. What they will say? Neem toothpaste, right? So these kind of, see, the organization wants to create an image that they are eco-friendly and they are contributing to the ecosystem. But whereas it is not true. When time goes on, when you are using the paste itself, you will come to know that it is not living up to the mark. So what happens? After a particular point of time, the organizational image will change, right? It is a slow process, but it's a very strong, firm process. That is why the organizations are afraid how the people will be looking at that image, because the image is a very important point in a point of selling, profitability, right? So that is why. So the vision should be exactly aligned with the image. If you are tilting, if the vision is, you are saying the vision is something and you are not able to live up to it, you are obviously going a dive down, right? The second thing is, it is a management tool. You can use it as a management tool. It's like a culture. You can say that the employee should be abiding by the image so that you are living into that, right? See, for example, even the families have some image. Some families will have a stricter image. For some families will have a fun image. Are you able to get my point? So what happens? The members in that particular family indirectly gets influenced by the image relatives have on them, and they will try to adjust their characteristics accordingly to fit into the family image. Are you able to get my point? Can you relate to it? How you might be acting in front of relatives when you are young and your father, mother expects your behavior just to stick on to the image of the family? Am I going a little fast?
No, ma'am.
Right. Right. So it is used as a management tool to control the employees with the image, right? To make them fit into the organization. Then, as I told you, public relations is vice versa. Public relations create the image and public relations will have to accept the image. So both ways it was. But public relations is the major tool to create this image. Remember that whatever you are seeing, right, is not exactly. Whatever you are seeing is what the company wants you to see, right? So this is common for any image, you can see, right? This can be applicable to a self image also. What the other person is seeing is not the real you, what you want to show to him, right? What the other person you are imagining is what he wants to present to yourself. So they can hide in something else also, you don't know that. So public relations is the bigger tool which is creating the organizational image. And image is like an overall display. It is like, a dress add-on to the organization. How you are looking at the organization, right? So that is what organizational image is about. How the organizational image and the self-image are related, right? Why this organizational image Sorry, I think the Google snapped in between. I am reloading the PPT. Thank God I noticed immediately. Otherwise, I would have been talking without noticing that it got cut.
It's visible, ma'am. Your
Yeah.
order also audible.
Okay, I uploaded, right. So, where I left it, how the organizational image and self-image is related, why we have to get it, right? So, what is this organizational image and self-image? See, kindly this chat among yourself can be held for some time, right? Till the class is over, because I will be monitoring the chat thinking that you might be asking some question, right? So, it would be a disturbance, so you can chat later after the class, right? Okay. So, a organizational image, if it is well, right, it gives you a prestige that I work with the organization. I'm affiliated to this particular organization. I think all of you understand this, right? So, organizational image is important for the employees to perceive that I am affiliated to this particular organization. That gives me prestige, that gives me satisfaction, right? So, if I am attracted towards the organizational image, what happens? I will be loyal to the organization. I don't want to immediately resign, or I will not be attracted by any other offer given to me, right? And also this mental satisfaction I have, because I'm working in a very good organization, it is perceived like this by other people, my relatives or my spouse, like that. So what happens? That will be reflecting in my well-being in the work. So I'll be happy and I'll be productive in the organization. So everything goes vice versa. The organizational image is bad, right? The organizational image gets bad. What happens? The people will be tend to get out of the organization. They'll be looking for any other offer to grab and go away. So organizational image is very important for the organization also and for the employees also. So if it is gone bad, you have to slowly build the reputation. It's a process like any other reputation we will be building, right? Right. So this is another one small topic. This is called as self-efficacy. Self-efficacy is how you are able to, update your capability. How you will be effectively promoting yourself in the productivity area. That is what self-efficacy is, right? So this topic is a small one. Just to you understand that how this works is with the starting point as your dreams and aspirations. The self-efficacy can be activated by yourself only. Your inner, wishes, right? So you dream of something, you want to be something. So that converts into the, it goes like a cycle, right? So you will be thinking the feasibility, whether this is possible, whether, say, I want to be an actor, whether it is possible. So if the feasibility is okay, then it gives a hope, okay. What gives the hope? The support from the other people and the optimism inside you. So you can see it is like a cycle. So what happens? That hope makes me the ideal self. I get a proper image of what my ideal self is. So that comes from the personal vision also. So other line where this ideal self comes through is through the passion, your age, because the feasibility comes with the age, whether you can do it or not, and your career stage, the organization where you are, whether your dream can come true. And then even your dream can come true, but you have to go through a narrower lane, or you have to go zigzag, you have to do something wrong to get that to that place. Then that feasibility will be checked by your values and belief, because you are made of values and beliefs. If you accept that also, then what happens? Then you can reach to your ideal self. So self-efficacy is a part where this is a continuous process. You will be imagining what you want to do. Your passions and dreams will be the seed for that. It will be growing. So you will think whether I can make myself up to that. Right? That concept is called as self-efficacy, where you can improve yourself. So another one way of explaining is self-efficacy comes through all these things: your performance with experience and your observations, vicarious experiences, what you are observing through others. See, that person is doing better than me, how he is doing by observation, or that person is doing bad than me, how he is doing, why I should not do that. And also, if I am dreaming, I cannot do that without my support, right? So social persuasion is another important factor. The people around you should help you to get your self-efficacy. Then imaginal experiences, how you are, vision, you are taking up a vision, visualizing your future, and your states, physical and emotional, whether you are able to, say for example, a person who is not able to walk with a weak knee cannot think that I want to go to the Olympics, right? So your physical and emotional states also matter. So all these things together can give you a self-efficacy. So we said SOBC model, through that you can achieve that. What is that? You should have a stimulus, right? Something to stimulate you so that you can push forward. Your organization should support that, your behavior and consequences of the past behavior. See, if you have a history that you are not supposed to do this or like that, so what happens? Your history may abrupt. So all these things will be this is a model, right? With these four, you can make a model. The next one is 4 models of OB. This is about OB, right? We are coming out of personal and we are saying how a person will work in a organizational behavior. That how his organizational behavior will change. We try to divide it into 4 major categories, right? Just by the slide itself, you can easily understand this. There are 4 models: autocratic, custodial, supportive, and collegial, right? So these are the divisions of how to analyze these 4 models. What is the base of the model? Autocratic is power, right? Custody is economic sources, like being a guardian or parent. Supportive is leadership. You say when a leader is there, not a manager, a leader, then it is a supportive model. And collegial model is partnership. This is like a democratic model, right? Okay, then managerial orientation, here authority rules, here money rules, here in a supportive model, support rules, and then a collegial model we call as teamwork, right? And the next one, employee orientation. What is expected of the employee in autocratic model? The employee should be obedient. In a custodial model, they should be the beneficiaries. In a supportive model, the performance speaks, and the collegial model, responsibility speaks. Performance comes through the responsibility. You can see that this is getting better one by one, right? Next is psychological result. On the basis of psychological result, if you see, in the autocratic model, the employees will be dependent on the superior. Whatever rule they are imposing, we are ready to follow it. We are not supposed to think, right? In a custodial model, it is on the organization, because we think organization is giving our food and we will be obedient and loyal to the organization. In a supportive model, it will be participative. The employees will come forward. In a collegial model, it is self-discipline. The employees will be having their own self-discipline to perform in the organization. The employees' needs are met or not. In this case, autocratic model, subsistence. You don't know whether your needs are met or not. You will not be allowed to think in this model. And in custodial model, security will be there, because as I told you, it's like a parent-guardian model. So they will be taking care of it. They'll give you water, GPF, everything. So you will not have a place to speak out your problems. They will take care of your needs. And in a supportive model, recognition will be there. Very good. You are doing the initiative, you will be rewarded, awarded. But in a collegial model, apart from the reward, what happens? Your actualization will happen. That's what we call about self-efficacy just now. So in a collegial model, you will have space to improve yourself. Self-efficacy, that space will be there. And in the performance result basis, autocratic model, it will be minimum, because you are forced to do something. You are not doing up to your performance level. So what happens? Obviously, I want 10 units to be produced today. All the employees will produce 10 units, and that's all. They are not interested to do more. But in a custodial model, it will be passive, right? Because see, somebody will be having loyalty. Okay, they are giving me all the needs, so I may do 1 or 2 units more. In a supportive model, they will be awakened. They know very well that they will be rewarded and recognized if they are producing more, right? So they will be tend to produce more. But in collegial model, it is neither this or moderate. They will be having their own responsibility. They know the actualization, how much they can do. So based on that, they will do. So what we are going to learn through these 4 models is, your behavior in the organization is not purely based on you, but also based on the organization's way of treating the employees. So you can divide the majority of the employees' behavior in any of these 4 categories. Easily you can understand the behavior of the employees if you are able to understand what kind of model, OB model, the organization is using. Are you able to understand this?
Madam, can you explain SOBC?
Yes,
SOBC, madam.
it is simple. Stimulus, organization, behavior, and the last one, what I said, I forgot. So why that is SOBC model is how this stimulus, organization, behavior, and the consequences will help is, see, this model takes up one by one. A stimulus, say for example, your self-efficacy or your behavior in the organization should be changed. A stimulus will be given. Say for example, the organization will announce that, okay, if you are able to perform this much in this quarter, after 4 months, a appraisal will be there and we will give you incentives or a best performer, a star will be found. Right? So like that, the stimulus will help the organization, behavior to change. Then the organization, just now we saw the 4 models of OB. So a organization elicits the behavior. The other person, the leader or manager or superior, sometimes your subordinate elicits the behavior from you. They pulls the behavior from you, right? Then the third one is your own behavior. How you are able to make yourself understand and move up. And the last one is consequences of your past behavior. See, as like a history, it will be following you, right? So based on that, you will be building up your own next step. So this is a model where these 4 components can be taken and a model for efficacy can be created, right? That is what it
Okay,
is.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. So can we move on to the second unit? I know I am running a little faster today, but nothing to be done because within the given amount of time we have to move forward, right? Because a lot of other complex ideas also there. So where I am going fast is where I have hope on you that you can yourself easily study those things. So I will be spending more time where I think it's a little bit complex and you need help. Okay. Right. So now it is important lesson what we are going to learn, perception and learning. Right. So if you are able to understand this, perception, easily you will have the empathetical idea on other people. We used to say, you stand in other person's shoe and think. That will come if you are able to understand this concept. What is perception and learning? Perception is the way of interpreting the information. Whatever information you are getting, how you interpret that by the face value, by the past behavior, by your past experiences, right? And the information available and the judgment and the review of the other people. So all these things are the major inputs for your brain to process what you are seeing, right? Say for example, that's why I've given you a picture. You can see who is right and who is wrong. Green or pink, who is right?
Both are correct as per
Both
the
are right.
question, madam.
Can there be 2 answers? Yes.
As per their own perspective, ma'am.
Yes, that's what exactly. First, yes, in science we say that definite answer should be the no. In psychology, there are many answers, right? Because people perceive in different kind of, the last class itself I told you, when there is 121 people now in the class, whatever I am saying is a single version. My tone is same, my actions are same. It's common to all the 120. Can I imagine, can I assume that all the 120 are receiving my information in the right sense? What I intended to do, it may be 1, it may be 120, or it may be 0. What I wanted to convey, none of you may be able to understand. Are able to understand. So what is this understanding? Perception, what you are perceiving. Perceiving is like receiving with your own intention, right? We usually we say you hear what you want to hear, right? How to say that? You see what you want to see. How to say explain this? Yeah. I'll say with my example itself. Say for example, by 4 o'clock, I am crossing through ECR at a main road, right? I don't know. I see only coffee shops. All the coffee shop board will be seen by me. No other shop I'll see. Why? I see what I want to see, right? The same way, see, you are a divine person and you are doing something at the evening, you are walking in the road, you are thinking about the God, right? I want to go to temple or something like that. You will hear the bells, church bell or the temple bell. You will not hear anything else. The other person walking with you may not hear that. You hear what you want to hear. This is bell or coffee shop is fictions, right? Fictionary, that stable. It is not going to change. But in the same scenario, if a person is talking also, you hear what you want to hear. Right? The other things will be blurred. Other good example for this is when you are fighting with someone, right? You will catch a small bird which they may not be having an intention. You perceive in a wrong sense because you are fighting. Right? So this is what perception is. If you are able to understand that, right? See, the characteristics of the perceiver, target, and the situation plays a major role. Remember this sentence, right? The perceiver's characteristics, the target, the situation. Every situation is different. The same thing, see, for example, after the storm, after the cyclone, if a tree sways, we will be thinking it is going to fall down because we have seen so many trees fallen down. So the situation, if it is not, it is a summertime, maybe not. Are able to understand? So this is what the perception is about. And the barriers to perception, just I have given a small gist of it. What are all the barriers to the perception? Wrong perceptions will be there. Why it happens? Selective. As I told you, you are selective. You want to see only that. Stereotype. Like, say for example, if a teenage son comes a little bit late, stereotyping. You will perceive that he may have gone with the friends to roam around. It may be true, may not be true. Right? Stereotype. You think that in this age, people tend to make mistakes. Are able to understand? So if you understand this, what will happen? You may not scold your teenage son if he is coming late. You will first ask where you went. That is the difference. That is why we study this. Then the first impression error. You carry the past. The past incidents will be here as a luggage. So what happens? The past gives you the result for the future. You think that happens, so this will also happen. Don't do that. In the projection, you want to project. See, you want to make one person, make one statement, make one incident, make an event like this. So you project. That is from you, not from outside. It is from the inside of you. So these are the important things of perception. So here you can see that what are all the things that leads to perception. These are the factors that leads to perception. What are they? The reality. What is real? If you perceive, you are very good. Understanding the situation. Context. What is it really? What is beneath that? Then the memory. That is what I said, past experience. What is the memory is telling you? This is what is what. Then the knowledge. Out of the memory, past experience, you will be having some knowledge on what it could be. Then cognition. You are processing. Your CPU, your mind will be processing what it is. Vision and sensory system. Sensory system is also an important thing on perception. Right? So these are the important factors that will lead you to perceive things. So this is about perception. A small, introduction on that. We'll be seeing more if possible. Okay, right. Then learning. Yeah, I'm going by target. Half an hour. Okay. Now I can a little bit slow down. So learning is the next process we'll be seeing. So learning, we think that most often that it is related to the school or college. We think that once our graduation is over, the education, the learning is over. No, the learning starts the day we are born and it will be continuing till the last day. Because we are wired like that, right? Layer by layer, our brain is like layer by layer, it's like a book. Every page counts. So how these layers are formed? When you are learning new things, a new layer will be formed. Again, you are learning new things, the next layer will be formed. When you are continuously learning something, what happens? Your brain will not stop this process of making layers. So that is why we say some people are having more knowledge or wisdom, right? Why? Because they have not stopped learning. That is the difference. So learning is not studying. You just see the difference between these two. Okay, learning is something different. Studying is something different. What we often perceive learning is as studying. Studying is in your school, what you are studying, the book. Learning is what you are able to perceive from the study. Are you able to understand the difference? If you are able to gather the knowledge, if you are able to dig it out from the book, that is learning. Now you tell me whether the school children are learning.
No, ma'am.
Studying, because we never allow them to learn, that is another one thing. Okay, leave it. That is why now it is the right point. I was listening to the last class and you were all asking for the PPT here. To me also many people ask, and that is why I make my PPTs very crisp and with pictures. I don't want the PPTs to be the learning tool. Last week also I told you, it is a teaching tool. So what happens? You want to study very small, because you think the study material is bigger. So PPT is small slides are there. Is it studying or learning?
Learning. Study.
Learning.
Through PPT you will learn. You will get the knowledge from the PPT. It is studying. You will just go through the lines. You will see the terms and you want to write to the examination. It is not that you want to learn MBA. You are studying MBA. If you are learning, you will learn the study material. Apart from that, you will go and search for some other book, or you will be at least observing the other people to learn the psychology of this particular paper, right? I say that for this particular paper, you don't want PPT or the book. You have the syllabus and read the people around you, in the organization, in the house. If you are able to understand them and their behavior, you are master of this subject. Right? Okay, so that is learning. Let us see the one by one the thing. Learning is a change in behavior acquired through experience. Listen carefully. It is not acquired through studying. It is acquired through experience. Even if you study, unless you experience it, it's very tough. Right? I'll tell you, while you are studying 4th or 5th standard, when I studied, that was an experiment that my teacher will ask us to bring one plant and the red ink will be poured into the water and the plant she will put it. Friday. Monday morning, when we came to the class, what will happen? The entire plant will be red because the water, the plant will suck in and the entire plant will be red. Right? If she teaches this in the class, I may have forgot long ago. Till today, I am remembering this particular experiment. Why? Because experience, experiment. Can you see that? Even if you are studying, unless you experience it, you will not remember it. That is why just now I told you, you take the syllabus, you see the concepts, you understand that, you experience it with the people, you relate it to the people. If you are able to relate it to the experiences, you will never forget it. Right? So that is learning. It is a process of acquiring new understanding, knowledge, behavior, skills, values, attitudes, and preferences. Right? Classical conditioning of learning. That is one concept. Process of modifying behavior. This we do in the schools. I need not explain this to you, because you can see that we do that in the schools. What do we do? If the teacher comes in, what we have to do? Get up and say, "Good morning, miss." When they go, "Thank you, miss." When you are going out of the class, you should walk in line. Right? So classical conditioning. Learning happens like this. Right? Operant conditioning. It is a process of modifying with positive or negative consequences. If the student is not walking in the line, what will happen? They have to kneel down. Negative consequence. Right? The one who is studying better and getting first rank, the award is given. Positive consequence. So what is this? This is operant conditioning. Classical conditioning is habitual. You are doing it daily. Operant conditioning is through with one operation. Right? And reinforcement theory is the third factor of the learning theory. What it is? It enhances the chance of desirable behavior. So what do we do if a person is getting the first rank again and again? So you are rewarding, it becomes a reinforcement. When a person is given with negative reinforcement, what happens? They will stop doing that. Simple. So just as it is the learning, I gave the example of school, you remember that, you will easily remember these things, right? So we come to the next topic, which is called as personality. Personality is often misunderstood, Often we say that, see that personality, we relate it to the what do you say, physique. Am I correct? Often we say he is a good personality. That means he is looking good. No, not the outer exterior we are talking about. Personality is about the interior. Okay, so let us see what is a personality. Every personality is different. Why? Because everybody has that skill, ability, perception, attitude, value, ethics, all the traits different. Right? A twin, like even a Siamese twin, that is, they are glued together. Two people born with same organs, or like you would have seen. Right? Have you noticed that the personalities are different? Have you ever seen Siamese twins? Even there is a Tamil film on that. Both will be contrasting personalities. Right? So what my point is, you cannot say any two persons are similar. Okay? Every personality is different. Personality is relatively a stable set of characteristics. Remember that, right? The personality is like a core. It doesn't often change. Doesn't change at all. So what can be changed? What we are seeing, classical conditioning and all, behavior only can be changed. Are you able to get the point? Personality is the core, how a person is born with. Right? So if you want to change, you can change only the behavior. The individual is like this. Right? That is his personality. So what are the determinants? How you say this personality is this? Why he is like that? So these are the determinants. Lot of hundreds of determinants are there. I have taken only major determinants. First is family. Right? Where you are born into. Because this is not only situational, not environmental. Not only the family influences you with their behavior. Family gives you the DNA. Right? Genes, it comes through the genes, a lot of characteristics. Maybe very hard to understand, but what happens, it is the truth. It comes from the father, mother, grandparents also. Right? I heard, I don't know if scientifically it is true or not, but I say that it is carried out for 7 generations. Right? So that is why usually in some pujas and all they last 7, I heard, but I'm not very sure about that. But I'm sure about that, the personality carries down. A little bit is carried from your mother and father, right? So family is not only by external factors, also internal factors. Culture, then where you are growing up. That decides actually, right? Say for example, we often have the judgmental look on people who are growing in slum, right? Why? Because economically they are weaker. So they will be having the greed to earn money or to fulfill their needs. So what we do, we have a judgment on how these people will be when it comes to the money matters. Right? Is it true? No. Right? It is not the place that decides. It is the culture that decides how the people inside that particular area are. That is very important. And the culture is like, you can imagine it like when you throw a stone in a water, it will be having a lot of rims, right? Have you seen a lot of circles will be forming? Culture is also like that. The culture have lot of boundaries. First your family culture, then extended family culture, then your friends, culture of friends, then your place where you are situational, then your organization, then your society, then your country, then bigger. So the culture is like having the rims, right? So it determines what you are. Then the education, because this education, what we are saying here is true learning. Learning gives you experience, and experience gives you knowledge, and knowledge gives you wisdom. So one who attains wisdom and knowledge, automatically the core matures. Whether it changes or not, it is not that, but it gets matures, right? The internal core. So what happens? It mellows down. You can say that it is getting sometimes mellow down. So you will be fine tuning your personality. When you are getting aged, you will be able to trim things that is not necessary and keep it shiny and glitter. That is possible through education. Then, friends, obviously, we have discussed religion, food, caste, food. And we should not say lightly about food. Food determines how your behavior is, who you are, the personality, and also that is also important factor. Okay. What you eat is very important, right? So this we call as a big 5 model of personalities, right? There are so many models now, but this is a classical model, so I have taken this because it is easier to understand and it is like a foundation for all other models that came later. Okay, so first let us see big 5 model. We call it big 5. What is that? The first one is extraversion, right? What is extraversion? The person who is very bubbly and social and easily connects to all the other person. That is the first type. The second one is agreeableness. Agreeableness is one who is amicable with the other person, one who is ready to give and take, one who is ready to listen, right? A warm person we call. The third one is conscientiousness. What is that? One who has the conscience always on active mode, right? Always thinking that whether I'm doing it right or not. So that person will be hardworking to earn and they'll be organized most probably. And these are like, they'll become leaders, good workers. They are like, path makers. Then emotional stability. The one person who is very deep. A personality that is like a strong core, right? So they cannot be easily shaken. Right? They will have the stability. They will be very calm, cool, and collective, right? And they will have the self-confidence, obviously. So the fifth one is openness to experience. One who is very creative, imaginative, and curious. So what we say, you can put the person in any of these categories. This is actually no extraversion means it is a polarization till introvert. At what level extroversion that person is extrovert. That is how we design. So you can identify a personality through these 5 major factors. That is why we call it as a big 5 model. You can see that. So there are lot of small 5s also, so not small, but lot of small traits are there. So what are those traits? This is called as trait theory. What is trait? Trait is a adjective like big 5. We said 5 important traits, right? Big factors. Like that, there are so many small things that will decide the personality. A lot of traits are there. Again, I have taken down some series of traits where you will understand how to make a person, how to identify a person. You can see that a combination of these traits, right, form a personality. It is not that a person will have all these things, or it is not that a set of these traits will make a person. Nothing like that. This is a list of traits. Hundreds of traits are there. A personality can be a combination of any amount of this, right? So what are the traits? A person can be warm. A person can be reasoning and logically arguing. A person can be emotional and a person can be emotionally stable. Dominance. A person liveliness, conscience, socially very bold, sensitivity, vigilance, abstract, private, apprehend everything, openness, self-reliance, perfect, tension. Still, a lot of traits you can say. So, what is the point in this? You, if you want to understand a person, if you want to make a person, you should be able to say the traits in him. What are the traits he has? So what is the combination, how he is made up? Why this is important in an organization? It will help you to predict the behavior of the person, what he is going to do next, how he will react. So based on that, you can modify your behavior. That is a basic rule, right? Okay, so I will give you another one important instrument. This is available in the internet also. If you want to understand personality better, you can go and test this. We call it as MBTI test. Myers-Briggs, actually MB is Myers and Briggs. These two people have created this instrument, right? This is it is there for a long time. Now they have improved a lot. Free versions are available in the net. You can just go and check your personality. They'll give you a set of questions. You have to answer that. Then they will tell you what kind of person you are. But before doing that, I will give you a trick, Before entering into the test, what you have to do is, You make a combination. See, for example, extrovert, introvert is a pair. You can be either extrovert or introvert. Are you able to understand? You cannot be E or I. So you select either one. See, for example, if I am taking, I am E, I am an extrovert, E. Right? In the second set, sensing or intuitive. Sensing is observing. You will be looking at all the things and then you will process and come to a judgment. But intuition is from inside. You will think from the heart. So what are you? Whether you are thinking from here or here. Yes or N. I am N. Okay, I am more intuitive, I think. So now it is E, N. Okay. Third, you come to T or F. Thinking, feeling. Whether you will be thinking and processing, again, it is like same thing, but feeling. Whether you will be emotional, feeling. Take anyone. I am T. Then, so E, N, T. Next, judging or perceiving. Whether you will be judging, this is like that, or you will be probing or perceiving, this is what. So, you take up J, I am. So, E, N, T, J. So, this is my combination. Like this, you make one combination of yourself before entering into the test. Right? So, that is what you are perceiving of yourself. Okay, you take that idea and then write the test and see the result. That will be the gap between what you are thinking of yourself and what you are truly you, true self. Are you able to understand what I am saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, right. I want you to try this and I want some of the result tomorrow. Okay. Evening you try this and tell me how it worked out. Okay. Right. So let's see the factors of personality in organizations. How the personality affects in the organization. First thing is locus of control. We call it as locus. Locus means, like an axis inside. How your behavior is revolving around. What is it revolving around? Whether it is internal or external. See, it depends on the personality. If I am an introvert, whatever happens in the organization, or if I am a intuitive, or I am a feeling person, F kind of person, I and F. If I have, what will happen? I'll have the locus of internal. Because whatever happens, I will think it is because of me. Right? I'll start feeling. But if the locus of control is external, that means if a person is having E and T, so they will think that it is not only because of me, maybe the situation is also affecting me. That is what. So the locus decides on how your behavior in the organization will be. So you should understand that. The second one is self-efficacy. We have seen that already. Overview. Because how the organization is going to help you or how you are going to help the organization. It both depends on your passion and dreams, what you want to become. So whether that is possible, your personality is going to help you to do that. Self-esteem. What is that? Self-esteem is a worth of what you are. Right? And that is what? Self-worth. So you at one point you will understand your self-worth. But usually that comes with steps, at a age. Because when you are in Maslow's motivation theory, if you see, you can see that when your security needs are fulfilled, that is physiological needs are fulfilled, then your security needs are fulfilled, social needs are fulfilled, then only you will see your worth. Unless these three things are not fulfilled, if not satisfied, you may not be able to identify your self-worth. Right? So when other needs are filled up, you will see that, I am worth this, my self-worth will be that. That is self-esteem, we call it as. So if you are your employees, if you have a self-esteemed employees, the productivity will be very good. Then self-monitoring. Self-monitoring is a way where I am ready to change. I am very flexible in my behavior and I will be taking up all the signals from the people around me. Right? See, for example, when I am talking, a person is seeing here, or they are sleeping or yawning like this. That means I have to take a signal that, okay, they are not listening to me. Maybe I am boring. Right? Like this. See, because of your one action, a person is not talking to you. The peer is not talking to your friend. So you will be understanding that, okay, what I did is not right. So you will be changing your behavior accordingly. And that behavior change also will be in different ways. Like, I may be permanently changing my behavior, or I may be changing my behavior only to that person, right? Or I may be changing the behavior inside inside a small area, right? So it depends on how I do the self-monitoring, how I see myself in front of others and how they see me, how much it bothers me. According to that level, I will be changing my behavior, right? So this is about how the organization affects the personality. Are you able to follow? We are going one by one. What is the personality? What are the traits? And how the organization may change you. The personality, how it bonds with the organization, right? So we come to the next part of personality. Can we see that? Are you ready? If you are tired, we can leave and see it tomorrow. What is the exact time?
No, ma'am. Continue.
2 more minutes, right? Okay, so let me say this, but it's a very important topic. Listen carefully. So your personality also depends on your values, attitudes, and beliefs. These three are what do you say? What determines what you are, right? These three things are major components of your conscience. It is here. These things will be acting, fighting between each other. They will be cooperating with each other for every perspective, right? Whatever, just one second. Okay, right. Okay. So, like this is whatever you want to do is done by these three things without your knowledge, right? Always your mind will be working on these three things. What is these things? Values, attitudes, beliefs. Let us see one by one. What is values? Values is more deeper. That is the foundation, right? Value is what you attach the value to each other. Everything in your life you will be having a value. You may not understand that, but it will be inside your mind. This value is not the monetary value we are talking. Usually when we say value, what do we say? The value of money. We are not talking about the value. There are so many other values, ethical value, personal value, sentimental value, emotional value, brotherhood value, sisterhood, like that, parental value. So many values are there. What is value? Value is the worth you add to something, that's all. Are you able to understand? So imagine in that idea. Don't see like a monetary value. Okay. See, for example, when somebody has gifted you something, right? It might be of 100 rupees, but it may be worth more to you. The value is more. If I give you 200 rupees, will you give that to me? You may not give. Are you able to understand? So that is what we are talking about. That is the value. How this value comes? This value comes from the childhood learning. Right? What you learn from the childhood, when you are a baby, right? From that it starts. So you are building up this value one by one. It may change, right? It may be changing when you are growing up. See how I'll tell you. If you remember your 4th standard or 5th standard teacher, right? Think about them. Put a value. Think about a 10th standard teacher. Put a value. Think about your college teacher. Put a value. Which is bigger? Honestly tell me. Immediately.
While we were children.
Fourth one.
Fourth one.
4th standard.
4th standard. Anybody else? I want many answers so that we can compare. Fourth means not fourth, 5th, 6th, like that. Elementary, high school, then college. Come on. There are 100 people only. I get 3 answers.
High schools.
High school, very good. Anybody else?
College.
Our BTech professor.
Very good. Can you see? See, it depends on what you gather during that time, right? How they were related to you. Are you able to understand? All are teachers, right? But it is not the value of a teacher. It's not a common component. It is about a particular person you have a relationship with. What is the value you got from that relationship? That is why you are remembering them. Even though that is why I said a common component, not. Okay, are you able to understand? So a value is forming, changing, it is ever processed. It is not stable, right? As I told you, it will get refined. It will get refined for sure. If you are learning continuously and your knowledge is increasing, you will see that your values are also growing in multiples. You will be understanding very clearly what is value, how you should add value in your life. You will understand the value of your life first of all, right? Okay. Next one. So these are the list of values, usually what are the values we say? Loyalty, spirituality, humility, compassion, honesty, kindness, integrity, selflessness. All these things are kind of values, right? Okay. Then next one. Attitude. What is attitude? Attitude is based on what do you think on what do you attach value to that particular opposite person or opposite event, whatever it is, right? How much value you have, based on that your attitude will be reflecting. Are you able to understand? See, that is why I gave this picture, a lion with the crown. Here we say lion as a king, Do you think lion is the most powerful animal in the forest?
Yes, ma'am.
No, madam. No, madam.
No. There are many more powerful animals like elephant, elephant can easily throw it out. So it is not that it is a powerful animal. It is the attitude it carries, right? It gives value to its, majesticness a lot, and it gives that attitude, how it has to treat the other animals. So what happens? Other animals are becoming submissive because thinking that it is powerful, right? Where it comes from? The strong belief that I have a value towards my strength, right? So the attitude mostly is based on your inner value on the situation, who you are talking to, or how much value you have to that particular person. The same lion may not show the attitude to its kid. Are you able to understand? It will not be showing that attitude towards it. Will be a little bit sentimental. Clear? So it is depending on the value you attach to the person opposite. So your attitude is also then not stable. Are you able to understand? And remember one more thing. Attitude is also a neutral word. So we use it in a wrong way, thinking that that person is having attitude. That means we say it in a wrong way. That person is having a bad attitude. Are you able to understand? It is a neutral word. Attitude is everybody has attitude. See, now I have attitude towards a class. What is that attitude? That matters, right? Whether I take the class sincerely or not, whether I am genuine to the class or not, that is my attitude. So how does it come from? By the value I give to my students. See, opposite I see 100 number. So that much. Are you able to understand? So this may not be the same if the students are not listening. I am the same person. I have the same value towards my profession. I have to teach. But the attitude also is elicited from the opposite person. How you act, I react. Are you able to understand?
Yes, madam.
That doesn't mean that my value is changing. Okay, right. The next one is ABC effect. That is affect, behavioral intentions, and cognition. Every attitude comes with these three. How I will be affecting with my attitude. First. Second, intentions. Why my attitude should be like this? Why I have to behave like this? Then I should use my cognitive power. What will be the consequence of my attitude and action? Right? Are you able to understand? So these three will be the base for any attitude. See, every moment we are showing up this. These are happening underneath our brain continuously. To this person, you should show this attitude. To this person, you never voluntarily think about that. Do you get my point? Where any one of you think that my attitude should be like this to this person, voluntarily are you doing? No, it happens involuntarily based on your value on the opposite person, right? And that is what is that affect? What I want, behavior intention I need. See, for example, this is the example I have given. Affect is I want, what I want. I want to earn money. That is my behavioral intention, right? So my cognition will be why I have to show this attitude. If I am earning money, I will be happy, right? So these three things are continuously going on. So based on that process only, the attitude reflects. in your face, right? So the next one is the cognitive dissonance that we will be seeing in the next class, right? So I know I have given a lot of input today because of want of time. Still, actually, we are lagging behind. Okay, I don't know whether we will be able to complete it with a given time. Let's see. I will try my level best. Right. I would like you to go through the book today. One thing. And the second one thing, I would like you, some of you, to first decide on what is an EI or SN or like that, and do the MP test, and come back tomorrow with the feedback. Let us see if you do.
Ma'am, I have a doubt.
You will be able to understand these concepts easily. Yes. Any questions now?
I have a doubt regarding the exam timetable, ma'am. So should we check with the CBCS schedule?
Yes, yes, of course. You are new student, so it's
Yeah.
20 after 2023.
Okay,
Ma'am.
okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Madam,
Ma'am, I
if
still
you
didn't
don't
get
delete
my
our
ID
screens,
card.
One by one, Nurul.
Ma'am, I didn't get my ID card till now.
Okay, right. See, these kind of things, you write email to help desk. Okay, then maybe you will get it.
Okay,
And
ma'am.
anybody else?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, out of this complete, like, which one is the best for adopting? Like,
Which
which
one? I
person
don't get your question. Out of which?
out of all the personalities, like everything you said, which one will you
All the
prefer?
personalities are best personalities. There is no personality that is called as best. You know, because who is the evaluator of your personality?
Maybe our colleagues or manager.
Don't give the power to other person. You are, if you are thinking that the other person is going to evaluate and give you marks, you are giving the control to them. Don't do that. Okay? You are the evaluator of your own personality. Every day you evaluate yourself. You see your actions, your behavior, your attitude, and your consequences. Right? Every day at evening you are able to see your behavior and find the root cause. Why I behaved like that? What was my attitude? Why my attitude was like that? What is the consequences that has pulled? Whether it is good, I should continue. If it is bad, I should leave. Simple. Right? So I am the evaluator of my personality, and you should be the best for you. You don't give up till you make your personality best. You should be satisfied with your personality. Till that, every day you evaluate yourself. Take out the flaws. Right? Every day, if you are doing that, what will happen one day? There will be no flaws. TQM, total quality management. So you will be raising your bar higher, and you will be the best personality in the world. And it is not that you should be certified by anyone that. You certify yourself.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because personalities are made by the nature. Right? Every personality is good on its own way. Okay?
Yeah. Also, ma'am said the growing nature, like how they were make up to the big ones while they were child, that affects the personalities of someone. But I don't know.
Allow. See, that is the situation. How it is seen in an organization. What happens? Organization or school, wherever it is, you can see that people easily influence you. Right? People easily brainwash you. People can bully you. People can abuse you. But all these things happen because we give a small entry back to your mind. Right? Imagine what is the best thing in your body, brain, because that controls the entire thing. If you are having some gold or diamond at your home, how preciously you will lock and keep them, how protectively you will keep them. Right? This is precious than that. This is invaluable. But you are allowing anyone to enter into that space. You are not protecting this. Do you get my point? It is not that means you are allowing their influence, their statements, their lies, their appreciations, their cheatings into your mind. Don't do that. This is a precious space. Don't put garbage into it. I usually say to my students in regular, because they are, that will be a young crowd, all of them will be in 20s. So usually I used to tell them, this is like, it's a safety valve. You are storing everything inside. It's a one-side valve. Once you put inside your brain, there is no way you can remove it. There is no delete button for it. right? So be careful on what you are storing into that. One thing, because you cannot remove that. What you see will be here. What you hear will be here, right? What I used to tell them, because so many hostelers will be in regular classes and they'll go to horror films at night. I tell them, yes, you are young now, so you are able to go see the horror films and you are thrilled to get afraid of. But the thing is, whatever you are seeing and learning is going inside here and it will be saved forever. And when it will be retrieved, like a database, like a computer, when you are pulling it out, when it will be retrieved, imagine like a volcano. See, every place on the earth, underneath, there is molten lava. But why there are only so many volcanoes? Why it is not erupting everywhere? Because the earth is strong here. Where it will erupt, where the earth is soft. When you are soft, like for example, when you are having high fever, you will be having hallucination. That is your soft area. These memories will erupt like a volcano in those times. You cannot help yourself. Because you have seen it, you have heard it, it will be here. Right? So my humble request is, this is a precious area God has given you. Don't put garbage in it. Imagine like a safety wall, whether you will put garbage in your bank locker. No, don't put garbage here. It's more than a bank locker. So put precious things here, put good things here. See how good your life will become, because what you input will become the output. What you give here will be your actions. So give good things to it.
Thank you, ma'am. Really nice talk.
Right. Thank you very much. So we will meet tomorrow. I think tomorrow our class will be 2 to 3, right?
Last one single doubt, ma'am.
Yes, Jaya.
So while registering for the exams, we had seven courses, right?
Yes.
7 courses. So they had given us the option to select those courses.
Yes.
If we had selected only 4, can we write another 3 in the next sem, or what?
Yes. You can write in the next sem. No problem.
Okay.
As many numbers you can select and write. Okay.
Okay. So if in the next semester, if we have another 7, so include these 3 and write 10 together.
Yes, you can write the 10, or you can take this 3 and 3 from second semester and leave else for the third. Like that, it is up to you.
So until when should we
4
complete,
years.
ma'am? Before 4 years.
You will have 4 years, 8 exam chances. That's all.
That's all. Okay, ma'am. So if we fail in one of these subjects happening now, this December, is it considered an arrear and postponed next, or
no arrears
we have
in
the same
distance
4 years?
education system now. In new education, there is no arrears. Whenever you want to write, and you will have a consolidated mark sheet at the end of the examination. So nothing will look like arrears. It will be listed out, and your marks will be that simple.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for clearing out.
Ma'am,
Thank you very much.
Ma'am,
Yes.
if I fail it in this examination, one of the subject, can I write it again on next semester?
You can write it until 4 years, brother. That's what ma'am said.
Sorry, again you got snapped. Anything? Surya was asking something. What is it?
Yeah,
Surya?
ma'am. I gave him the answer. The same question he asked. I gave him the answer.
Actually, like if I have registered for 7 exams, if I fail in one subject, can I write it in next semester?
Yeah, you can write it again and again, but till the 4th year you have chances.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Right, so tomorrow we just meet. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
One question, ma'am. If we fail the exams for 4 exams, the internal exams, we can give all the internal exams.
Internal exams will be conducted after your exams, external exams. Okay.
No, madam. If I applied for 4 examinations, can I write all internal exams, all the subjects?
So your voice is not clear. I'm not able to.
No,
hear your
ma'am. He's asking that whether we can write all the 7 exams alternately.
No. He is not asking like that. Ma'am, he is
I'm
asking that
madam,
if I
that
apply for only 4 exams, I have to attend all the internals or just 4 internals.
Yeah,
That's the question
That is up to you. You see, internals and externals